being on this early. This is like the time when I used to start, and then I realized I'm not like organized enough in my life. I was trying to think of the words to use to actually get on at this time. So yeah, I'm debating what I want to do here. Sorry, I'm setting something up on stream. Making sure these browsers are muted. Okay, so I wasn't sure here if I want to start a new game or if I want to just go through and like, do I want to do a new game or do I want to just continue from where I was? Part of me wants to do a new game because then I know where I'm running around to. I can go get a real backpack. I can actually do training. I've been very annoyed I haven't gotten training skills. I still have no idea where to go in order to actually like complete that first quest, but that's not really the most important thing in the world. So, new game or look around is basically the options. And to be perfectly honest, I really didn't care which. But I do want to start a new game, so if I start it now, that'd be better. Because I haven't really liked the character skills I did yesterday as kind of a joke of, hey, let's make this character suck. So we're gonna do this again. We'll check through the options, but I don't think there's really a whole lot. I am just so happy that this game is out. At work today, all I could do was tell people about how much fun I had playing it. Very happy they're doing this. I am 100% going to do melee. I still don't really know what all the stats do, but what I do know is I am not going to be playing Deadbeat again. You know, it's funny, but we're not going to do that one this time. I think what we're going to do is I like the whole Unga Bunga lifestyle, so I'm probably just going to try and min-max to strength, or maybe I go like Constitution for some stamina. Or we can do hybrid. We can also do the foot. Just play a foot theme. Strength, agility, meh. Willpower, constitution, intelligence, willpower, deadbeat. Oh, strength, int. Int sounds like one of those stats. It's for people who read books rather than eat books. So we're going strength. And then what are we gonna do here? Chemist. No. Okay, well, I'd be fine with brute. Gain more strength. I can also be a hoarder. Hoarder sounds fun. And since we do get 2 of these, I just go hoarder, and then I go brute. Yeah, look at that. Min-max lifestyle. Wait, what do I... Oh, the starting area is 1 agility, mindful strength. Okay. Sure. And I'm actually just gonna, for the sake of time, I'm just gonna do a preset today. Well, the thing is, we can't really do America's Toes because this would be, you know, this is outward. This is not Elden Ring. So America's Toes isn't gonna fit. But what will fit? Actually, no. Elot's a guy. Oh, what's her name? The Queen Who Ascends in one of the things. All right, we've got to check some outward lore real quick. I do remember, like, they didn't mention her at all as, like, ascending that extra god from the first game. Which is weird, because it's either she ascends or I think you ascend or something like that. Alright, what's her name? I've got what is her name here? Let's see. So this one is the quest for Oyo, and holy mission. That's not the one we want. So I want faction quest. I think it's probably gonna be... What are the factions? Series of main quests. Alright, just tell me these, please, game. It's probably Heroic Kingdom, Heroic Peacemaker is my guess. Peacemaker Elixir, Zarstone. Defeat the Scourge. Speak to Simeon to complete the quest. Alright, King Simeon was the person. So was it Queen Simeon who ascended? In order to save Calixa. Okay, so that's what we're getting. 9 dots. If you do happen to see my games, I have them uploading to YouTube. I'm going to upload this one tonight as well. See what's her. Okay. I'm sorry in advance for these names. But I hope you get a laugh. And we might make our character run barefoot on principle here. We'll see. Now I kind of wish I did that foot symbol. Oh well. Ooh, a little bit of lag, but that's fine. We don't have any items yet. What's this? Okay, another crafting station. So something I'm going to do is I'm going to grab all of the stuff that I can tonight. Unlike what I did last time where I screwed everything up. We're just going to loot as much stuff as we can. Since we know we get banished once we're done here. Oh, let's, yeah, we're taking that burlap sack. And I don't really know, like, everything I can grab, but I was watching a little bit of stuff yesterday, so... Because I was trying to find, like, where to go in town. I was a little lost, and then I found out, like, you can grab so much stuff, and I really want to get loot and just other fun things. So, I'm not seeing anything as far as backpack scope. I know there's another one out there. This is nice. This is actually kind of nice. Because I don't need mask. We're not going to take a weapon right now. I'm not going to take any recipes either, I don't think. We did learn all about that pearl, which had loot, or was a decent weapon. But I've heard that those dancer ribbons are really good. I just could not get it to work yesterday, so we might try that again today, especially now that we have real stats. So, let us loot. Oh, actually, hold on. Let me, I need to message a friend of mine real quick to see if they want my, the extra key for this. Like, everyone I know on Steam has been really busy, and they're not going to have time to play it. So then we're going to just continue wandering around, being completely and totally lost. What was this? Just said something. Was it the water that was... Okay. Good. That. We're also just gonna drink. Can't go up that. Nothing there. So I saw like people are just looting a ton of stuff all over town. There was like just insane amounts of loot. I don't know where all that stuff is. I'm probably not gonna find all that stuff. If I could figure out ammo, I would be willing to try a pistol weapon, but I don't really have pistol skills, right? Oh, it's so nice having actual stats here now. Per skill, per trainer. Yeah, we don't actually start with anything, so we might not... Well, maybe we can still use a pistol. I truly don't know. I just know, like, pistols are pretty decent. We did learn how to grill crimp nuts, and we learned that they also do not decay, which is very cool. Because one, they were kind of heavy though, but the ones you eat are a little bit lighter. Ooh, 2 items there. All right, let's take that. Nothing else I can loot here, it looks like. Yeah, I can't do that. That guy doesn't have anything. It's a shame we can't backstab him. Because they don't actually let me unsheath my weapon in town. As much as I would love to. Okay, I was actually just kind of curious what would happen if you tried to leave the city. And now I know. And knowing is half the battle. Or in this case, all of the battle. Alright, nothing there, nothing there. So yeah, the YouTube video of it just yesterday, I tried to put it up. It's actually still on processing. It looked like it halted the upload, which is a little unfortunate. Oh, he just gave me tea. Very nice. No recipes. Doesn't look like he has limits on food and drink. That's very cool. Gotta figure out those recipes. I do not need another water skin, probably. We picked up too many water skins yesterday, actually. They just started getting heavy. I'm kind of just looking around for items to pick up. I'm not really interested in like the whole mana speed run and the 900 silver you need for all that stuff that I have read about. Where, oh, branch bow. Okay, I was actually really curious about a bow. I did enjoy archery in the first game. I didn't really use it much, but I did enjoy it when I did. Ooh, we also got a training sword. I'm going to be selling a bunch of this stuff. But I'd like to figure out how to make bullets. Alright, teach me your ways, senpai. I only have 20. We're actually going to buy everything as well. Alright, iron shard. We're probably going to have to experiment a little bit for gunpowder. Or for bullets, I mean. I'm trying to remember what the bullet recipe was in the first game, and I'm trying to do this stuff without, like, looking up the wiki on the old one, because, you know, stuff can change, or this is an alpha. They could just be using random recipes, even though it might, like, guide me. I remember it was like, I remember bullets were super simple. Because you'd always like do scrap from like weapons and stuff from enemies. Speaking of, we're gonna be selling here in a moment. I like how slow I'm actually moving. Alright, let me sell you some things. Big metal rod, very cool. Meat pounder. No comment. Tattered hair wrap, sure. Sandals. This goes against my promise of having bare feet. Wait, 97.5. Neat. Okay, well, not using it. Wood is heavy, and we don't need it. We can get rid of that. I'm debating if I want to stick with some iron shards here. I think I do. Weapons, that's heavy. That's heavy. I really don't think I need either. Okay, so we're at 40 now. Eight versus 10. All right. We're going to play with our toes exposed. Marauder gloves. Okay, well, those are loud. I kind of don't want to use them because it's a whole armor thing of like when you're wearing light armor, you get more defense. but those things actually say 1 protection, whereas this stuff says no protection. So, I don't know. Yeah, why not? We'll run around, grab more loot, then come back and buy all the training stuff. I'm gonna guess like 60 silver, considering the first 3 skills were 7 each. So that'd be 21, and maybe like all 4 of them are 7. Who knows? This is something I wasn't aware of. Can I run over to that? I can't. Oh, this is that guy's house. He deserves to be robbed. Can I rob him, though? It's not looking like it. I also can't unsheath the weapon. But I was also really curious about what this area looked like, because I couldn't see it in nighttime the other day. With like his little flower garden thing, or whatever that was. Also got his bed. So as soon as we sleep, we're gonna get exiled from town. Okay, that's really all there is to that. I see. And what about up here? Oh, mushrooms. Let's get our stamina regen going. Looks like we do not have any water buff right now. And there was something, I want to say it was like star mushroom truffle berry was cooking. I don't remember. I do want a cooking crafting kit earlier rather than later though. Although I don't know who would actually sell those. This guy sure doesn't. So I could just shred these right here in order to get more linen. I don't really want to. I'd rather just sell, I think. And then the other thing I want to do is this. I'm going to use this. I'm going to use this. And apparently once you use a map, like the Booba map right here, it technically just exists for you forever. So I can apparently get rid of that. That's something I heard. Is there anything to loot in here? Alright, salt. Alright, what's this guy got? Please tell me he's got a crafting kit. No crafting kits. Recipes I don't really care about. Oh no, here we go. Cooking pot kit. I do want one of those. Probably want it now so I don't have to try and get one later. Maybe there's a way to get one for free. Who knows? Ooh, Calix's fingers. That goes very well with our character's name of Calix's toes. Got the fingers and the toes going now. One more recipe we just saw. I can use that. I'm gonna actually just trash the map later. Did they actually say my character name in here, or is it just gonna exist forever as a just unknown random piece of trivia? Looks like they don't say it, but maybe it'll pop up in dialogue here or there. here? There is. Just looking everywhere now for loot. Because something I learned just... I was trying to find out a couple of mechanics the other day, and I didn't actually find anything about them. But what I did learn was there was way more in this town than I thought there was. Okay, also I'm tired. Once I take a nap, it's essentially game over. So you're kind of a small race against time to get all this stuff done, it looks like. I didn't actually think about the fact that my guy's gonna get tired and... Ooh, hand scythe sounds nice. What was that? Thaddeus? Who's this guy? He is wasting my precious, precious seconds of time. Hand scythe sounds cool though. We will check that out when we have some time here. I'd love to find more barley, considering I said 3 would make alcohol. Oh, that guy's backpack. I don't think I can steal it though. Ooh, what's this? Loot, loot, loot. Mineral tea. Cool. Stuff back here I can't pick up. Nothing. We should have enough money at this point, I'm hoping. Or at least after I sell some things, that I can probably finish off that training. If I can remember where to go. I'm also just trying to, explore as much as I can and figure out what exactly I'm doing. I did hear there's an iron weapon I can pick up, although it is a mace, and who wants to use a mace? It's not like impact damage is overpowered or anything. Ooh, cash. Okay, what's this? Things. Cool. I like things. Alright, what are we gonna do? We're gonna eat this. We're gonna eat this. Gonna equip this. Eat this. Move this. Alright, now I can probably move a little bit quicker. Barely able to run, but that's fine. So we're just gonna sell real quick and then hopefully be able to buy our training. That's the part I actually care about. The rest of the stuff is kind of whatever. Alright, so... anything can be weapons, but try hard enough. Okay, I honestly don't really care about the bow either, but whatever. Get rid of that. Tattered hand wraps. Sure, because that's like our second pair. We're also going to sell the booba map. We got that. Sell the wood. Keep the salt. Keep that. Keep that. Let's keep the jerky. It should last a long time. This is like the first game. Baked goods, shelled, flour, whatever. I'm not going to have crafting for any of that stuff, but who cares? Tattered tunic at 20. I think I might like the look of it more. Also gonna sell that because I don't have the weight. Pitchfork might be nice, but I think we can get a free weapon like once we're exiled. And we do need money. Let's do that, and then 12 magic defense, 20. Assuming I have the money, I'm just gonna start like scrapping things to get more bandages. Where is that trainer? And we're even tired, which is like actually fitting for mage training. Where is this jackass? I thought he was back here. Watch my character just fall asleep. So I'm looking for this guy. Where is he? Is this him? Perfect. Teach me your ways, O senpai. It's interesting to me it doesn't actually take your breakthrough skill right now. I'm also apparently 3 short. Just a little short. So I guess I am selling the robe rather than scrapping it. Also not a little short. I'm an entire 4 foot 13 inches tall. Alright, get this. Alright, so we've got some stats now with light armor. Seems good. Oh, we can apparently punch. Supposedly that's the only trainer in their alpha here. They're leaving like the rest of it is more of a wait for the full release or a later beta type thing, which is, you know, totally fine. But it does mean like I'm like, okay, well now I have an actual endgame character because I have all of the stats I am ever going to get. So how do we get back into that thing? So we can't open this door, I don't believe. Oh, treasure chest. Okay, I see. My eye is dry. What do we get here? Oil, linen, barley, and an actual healing bandage. Alright, we get 1 healing item. We are so much better off than last time. We actually have real supplies and other things when we leave town here this time. Yeah, I'm curious about the when it says like, hey, you're starting with the backpack thing. Not that it matters because I don't know where to go for it, but I know what I'm looking for an actual like backpack upgrade you can get early. YouTube spoiled me slightly. Also, a couple of these combat skills might be kind of cool. Specifically, not the passive, but the longer imbue duration thing seems really cool. Like, take your buff and then put it on your weapon. Seems good. So it was definitely a very powerful type of ability in the first game, although there were other ways to do things. I mostly remember like the dungeon that was all ghosts. And there being a few of those in this game too. Well, the ghost enemies at least. I don't know about the dungeon portion. Alright, is that everything we're gonna get? It might be. I've probably looted everything. Unless I want to sell some more right now. I kind of do. So we're in our house-ish area. But I don't see the vendor. There's my bed. Very important, we do not want to actually sleep on anything here. Okay, so can I actually make anything that I want to make right now? And I can make tea. Pretty interested in making this right now. Wish I could make this. I got star mushrooms, not star fruits. No, not min-maxing the playtest at all. I just saw some people talking about how to get mana early on yesterday, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. I'm kind of like checking out like second character, kind of wanting to see what I can craft in town right here. I don't think I can do much, but yeah, like I saw a little bit of something yesterday that someone did, and I was like, oh, okay. Makeshift axe, I have no interest in it. I made a new character, today's a new character. I made one yesterday too that was pretty fun. Just the big difference is... Wait. No cooking station close enough, even though it's letting me click it. So is this what, maybe just, this just doesn't work. Yeah, okay. But yeah, so I did the first one that I played. I ended up doing my stats, so my main skill, or my main stat, or background, was -2 to every single stat. I did not do that this time. So I'm just kind of curious, honestly, more than anything, how much of a difference is it? I don't know. I thought the combat was fine. Most of what I found in the combat was that the, we're gonna sleep till morning, not that it's gonna matter. What I kind of found in combat personally was there's a lot of, it feels like there's holes for a lot of combat skills that are supposed to exist. And you don't really have those skills right now. So what ends up being the best way to fight things isn't to try and like look for openings and do anything. It's to just smash the attack button over and over, which it's fine. It's just a little bit of a difference from, I usually play Souls-like games, and that combat style is very different than what I'm used to again. But I also don't think it's meant to be that way. I think it's just the way things were. Also, because I had the -2 to all stats, and then I gave myself intelligence and -strength as well, while going all melee. It was not a good time trying to melee anything. But it also didn't really feel like it was bad. Now I have actual combat stats, which is so nice. Good, you're awake. I was really hoping they'd insert my character's name in here. And also, like, I kind of noticed when I used Deadbeat as a as the class, Deadbeat did actually have a couple of unique dialogue options, which was kind of cool. And I saw, like, my other ones did too. Yeah, you have to help me out, please. Yeah, they might. It definitely feels to me like they very intentionally held back quite a lot of stuff in this one, like even in these areas. Because I'm thinking about it in terms of like, if this game is releasing in like 6 months, they're pretty far away from what I've seen. But I doubt that they are like this far behind on a lot of things. Alright, well, can I do anything? Alright, find Sebastian, find the journal. So I didn't actually beat this thing before. I never found where to go or any of that stuff. Alright, well, he gave me a hood. That's nice. Aren't I supposed to have... Yeah, my backpack. I'm sure that they'll do some voice acting. They have a lot of stuff in here, it feels like, that's... Yeah. Just honestly, even the combat itself, it's pretty obvious to me that they are holding some stuff back. Like, there's only the one skill trainer, but then it feels to me like even other skills don't seem to be there. Like, if you play the original game, there were dagger skills, there were gun skills. This was like the basic attacks that I don't even see in this game right now. There's things you can do. But yeah, the main, like, besides the -2 stats, which I just kind of want to see how different it is, I want to get a, I want to get the backpack this time. I never did figure out what I could actually do with iron. I'm assuming I should be able to make bullets somehow if it's a similar recipe to the first game, but I didn't really play around with survival crafting enough to see if I could figure out the recipe. Because there's no bullet here. I can try, like, man, I don't remember what it was. Yeah, yeah, probably. There's a couple of them, but I've also found, like, a shiv running around. There's this ice pick. I thought I had multiple iron yeah, so I do appreciate that crafting. Yeah, I got the linen one for bandages. Bandages are kind of nerfed, though, where you have to add a aloe plus bandage now to have a healing item. I do like that you don't actually lose things on a failed craft, unlike in the first game. Yeah, what's this? Yeah, shiv recipe right here. I did find one for that. Iron, 3 iron and 1 linen to make it. Oh, let's see, I'm not wearing a helm. I guess I'll do that then. 3 out of 10. At least the ice pick is nice and light. Whatever. We'll just go the easy route. We'll put that there. I had like a spear or something last night when I started out. Seems I don't have that now. Just debating if I want to use an ice pick for the first guy. It doesn't really look like I have another option, so we'll do that. Unless I want to use the mallet. All right, you know what? I have strength. I'll do this. One thing that definitely bothered me, though, was trying to make a splint, because I did break my ankle on something last night, and it took me like 40 minutes of walking around without being able to actually run to gather up enough linen to make a splint. And that was one of the things that was pretty rough. Wait, he's charging me? Wow, he actually, last time he just hung out back there with his back to me. All right, do we get a plunging style, like a plunging attack type thing? The answer is no. Oh, this thing has horrible range. It's also super slow. I should have gone with the shiv. Let's get stamina. Jeez. That thing is a stamina eater. Alright, I'm not going to use that anymore. Probably should drink some water, but whatever. God, it's 8 weight, too. So, alright, well, this is getting sold immediately. Alright, what else can I put over here? I wasn't able to find... Yeah, I actually found a, it's like desert sword or something last night. It was really, really solid. But that was in, like, I think the Wind Temple. So I don't really know what I'm gonna do for a weapon yet, honestly. That's gonna put me overweight for the trident, but I'm going to take it, I guess. This is gonna be too much of a pain. Actually, not. Here, we'll carry it like this. I can't really carry much else, although I should at least stop and get the tent, I suppose. And then we'll just go over to the guy to sell and go get the backpack, which besides stats was the true reason I actually restarted. I also think it's so cool that they brought Oliel back, and like she's aged enough that you can kind of get just a gauge of how much time has passed since the first game. What do I have to talk to her about to get the tent? Yeah, like, yeah, new textures, she's definitely aged, like, all that stuff, and also, interestingly, because of, like, all of that, it makes some of the endings that you could do more like canonical for like the first game. I think she just gave me the tent. I wasn't really paying attention. One thing I was really curious about was... Oh, wonderful. Something I was kind of curious about is if you can get a Pearl Bird mask in this beta. Alright, this is going to take forever to carry stuff, isn't it? Technically, that's lighter. They seem to have changed the formula for this, too. Alright, well, I'm not going to pick up anything else until we sell. Oh, so it does actually drop off the Pearl Birds? That's really cool. I didn't see anything respawning, though, so maybe I can't even get it in, like, a playthrough guaranteed. But I didn't really, like, sit and rest to like, try and get it, or, like, to try and force it. Yeah, that's what I'm curious about, is if you can actually get it in this. Like, one, is it in the game? I would be surprised if it's not, given that it's, like, a popular item. But then, two, if it's actually in this. I did get a desert ribbon from something, so I know, like, some items drop. Yeah. Even if, like, things changed and they didn't drag and drop, like, it would be fairly easy. But I didn't really run into that many Pearl Birds. I think I saw 2 of them. So I'd have to figure out, like, a spot where I could try and farm it by sitting in the tent and, like, just cause them to ambush me over and over. Oh, nice. Well, so if you remember in the first game, the way you got the black and the jeweled Pearlbird masks is they didn't actually drop off the birds. You had to get the white one and then upgrade it through legacy chests. Not that legacy chests are in this right now, obviously. Maybe not even will be in them entirely, but... Yeah, it was kind of a pain, because, like, to get the jeweled one, you had to do 2 legacy characters. Yeah, see, I actually forgot about legacy as well. I was looking it up today, actually, to answer someone for something for someone. Alright, so sell a shiv. I don't really want to dual wield. Sell that. That's 8. Okay, so Prospector's backpack is the same one you loot for free. I was kind of curious. Yeah, whatever. I'm not gonna use arrows. Keep. Get rid of the torch. I have a lantern. I'm not gonna use magic with the lantern. I'm just gonna use it for light. Mushroom ink seemed actually kind of useless. I didn't use it at all. It was just heavy. I only have the 1 barley. Who knows if I can get another, but I'll hang on to it for now. I did kind of notice, maybe I wasn't playing long enough last night, but my food was not decaying. I think that's everything I want to sell right now. Yeah, so there's a pistol. Is there an actual pistol or bullet recipe? Yeah, water, like, you drink for sure. I could, if I want to use the, man, I'm not gonna bother with sinew. I had some, well, actually, yeah, I don't think they went down when I died, but I know, like, I was getting a lot of the Gep's drink. Like, probably half the time he was rescuing me. Alright, alchemy recipe is not going to help me right now. Varnishes wood. I'm not going to bother with that. I don't really want noisy armor either. I kind of want to see how the whole light armor thing works. So... Alright, so that's going to put me at 82, which is not enough. Actually, no, that's more than enough for an iron sword. I don't know if I like the iron sword. Go on. Whatever. You know what? Let's just do it. Yeah, I'm hoping for some more sneaking stuff other than just crouching. The War Dancer ribbon I like. I think I got one of them as a drop-off of something. I got some sort of dancer one. I could also go two-handed sword, but it seems like just really quick attacking is the way to go in this. Alright, we'll do this. Oh, I forgot about the mallet. That mallet's getting sold. We'll cook, like, this stuff out later. Sell the mallet is the last thing I'm going to do. Yeah, I'm hoping that you get more stuff. Like, they tried to go Souls-like, but not quite as punishing in the first game. I'm curious what they're going to do for, like, full combat in this one. Like, if they stay on that sort of inspiration, if they go for, like, power stancing, for alternate movesets, or what are they going to do? They might try something else. And this is about the extent of knowing where I'm going. Yeah, I had a lot of trouble hitting enemies last night, but I just kind of figured, one of the things I feel like the game needs added still is a little bit more as far as, keybinding customization goes. Because there is not much of that right now, and it does need to be there. Okay, so what did I just loot? That was not what I was trying to loot. A fishing harpoon is a bunch of weight that I don't want. Okay, well, that salvages to wood. That's useless. I've not seen anything that I want to, oh, also goes to wood. I've not really seen any, let's drop. There. I've not seen fishing spots. Yeah, my block is still, middle mouse. I didn't change anything because what I want to do is I want to set it up with the same keybinds I use when I play like Elden Ring and Lies of P and stuff in Sekiro. And the game does not let me do that right now. So I'm just kind of being stubborn and not changing it. There it is. The thing I learned about from YouTube. Nice quality of life, and now I can actually explore and not like worry about weight. In the first game, I played a ton of like I'd go through this and play builds where I never used a backpack, or I just used a very small one. And because of that, I would do like all pocket builds. Like, so you could have the monk who gave you like extra carry weight or whatever it was called, and then you could do then, like, the other thing I could do was the, one of the classes you could do would do it, and then, like, some armor had a bunch of pockets. I think it was, like, merchant armor or something that I'd play with. And, yeah, I just had that little, the survival crafted backpack, which is horrible. So I could go to that other town. I don't really want to, though. I have 2 water skins. I'm fine there. All right, so keybinds. Did they have an automatic water drink like the first game did? So you didn't have to micromanage this. Okay, I don't see a drink button. Yeah, the backpack was really heavy. But then weapons were really light. Training was also really light. Like, all the skills are only 7 silver each. Yeah, that's probably the way I have to do it. So the chitin is pretty strong. You can get it, like, better than iron weapon. I don't remember how to get to the thing, though. Because you need chitin, the iron weapon, and then the pearl. I don't know how many pearls you can get. I only found 1 last night. And I don't remember how I got it. For that matter, I don't remember what I used for health regen either. I ate some type of food that gave me health regen for a bit, and I never figured out what it was after. Alright, we're just gonna eat this. It might have been the mushy steak. Nope, I'm getting health regen right now, aren't I? Never mind. I also don't have any aloe right now. Wait, no, I did find some aloe, so I can do... Where is it? Bandage plus... Wait, no, I got wine. I didn't get aloe. Alright, never mind. I don't have a heal item. I can't craft a heal item. I have a, I have the 1 heal potion, but if I were gonna die, I would much rather just, die and respawn. Yeah, I like parts of the old menus. I do like the healing bars and stuff at the bottom right now a little bit more. Alright, so these guys were giving me a little bit of trouble yesterday with the ribbon. Also probably going to give me some trouble right now without much in the way of health. Never mind. Those skills, not to mention stats, are super OP, it looks like. I had none of that yesterday. Mushing. Okay. So that is more food I can cook. Oh. Yeah, I agree on the inventory menu. It was definitely nicer on the previous game. I wonder if it's possible to kill the guards and force your way back into town. But for right now, what I want to find is I want to find my way back down to that swamp area. And I don't remember how I got down there last night. Because I want to go pick up the that pearl and maybe some aloe for bandages. I think it was around here, because here's like the boat thing that almost seems reminiscent of a Final Fantasy 16 like town. Then I couldn't figure out how to get... Oh, neat. I couldn't really figure out how to get to the upper area, since you can't really jump. Because, like, right here, you can get up to here, but then this thing never goes down. I'm assuming maybe they just raised it for the, for this playtest. Or maybe there's a way you can access it later. I have a lantern, right? I do, I just don't. So there should be, I believe, 2 guys down here. Also, something that I thought was really cool is they added a, well, no, they added defense onto the backpacks. I thought it was noise they added onto them. So I killed a guy over here yesterday. Not seeing him. It's also very hard to see at night in this game. It's made worse by stream lights. By my streaming lights, I mean. Might actually play with some graphic settings. Yeah, I remember those ones. I even remember, I think it was a DLC backpack that was like, instead of just armoring your food, so when you took a hit on the backpack, like stuff didn't get decay, it was like an actual just plus defense on your character rather than for the items inside of it. All right, well, there's nothing right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to loot the lantern and then pause. And this is a great time to test out some of the graphic settings. I forget, actually. So at 0.67 render scale. Let's try... So resolution, let's my monitor, render scale, whatever. We'll just leave it. Let's try this first. Up that, up that, up that, up that. Yeah. So everything maxed other than motion blur because I just absolutely hate it. Alright, there's not a save button on these settings, is there? Alright, well, let's see what happens. Well, Steam says the game's still staying at the FPS cap of 60. So, sure. We'll keep it. Yeah, I kept my FPS at 60. I only stream at 60, so I don't really feel like there's a reason to go past it. Iron skillet. Alright, well, we have room, so I'm just going to take it so I can sell it. Honestly, I have no idea where I'm going right now. I do remember there was a guy over here yesterday, like some human fire mage, that got stuck. Actually, no, I'm misremembering. This is a different guy. Was I using the right weapon? I guess I was. Alright, that just did not feel right. No, we got another iron sword. We got another buckler. What's this? Snare, neat. And if I want just nice loud armor, I can do that. I believe they all require mana. And I don't have mana. Let's see. Yeah, so it's a rune, so it takes mana. Influx, makes like a boon thing. I believe that would... I have to have a boon on for it, or I need a, potion. Amplify, same thing. Like, both of these are the same thing. It's just one is higher damage, longer lower damage, longer duration, or high damage, low duration. And then this is the only other one, which is not grayed out. But, I don't think this one does anything if I don't have, a boon. I can try it, though, because that skill is actually there. Wait. Was that a trap? I guess it would make sense if it was. Oh, I'm dead. Maybe? Or I'm stuck. One of the two. Yeah. I can use that one if I... Oh, it is on pause, isn't it? No, it's not on pause, it's in settings. Okay. Put me inside of this. Still stuck. So I can just wedge myself a little bit more. Nope. Interesting. New plan. Okay, so I cannot get in an infinite fall forever. Maybe I can. Nope. I was assuming they have some sort of fail-safe to kill you if you end up in an infinite fall forever. We're gonna see. Give it like another 20 seconds. Nope. I'm actually stuck at the moment. I can't actually get out of this. All right, let's try something else. Hit quit game, not main menu. It's fine though. We'll just restart it. See what happens when I load in. Maybe it'll load me somewhere else. If it doesn't, I have another idea. I'll have to actually go check this one and tag him on it because there we go, Calix's Toes. So I'm gonna put all these on YouTube, so I just tag him and be like, hey, here's a spot that you actually just can't get out of. Worst case scenario, I'm stuck and I just restart. Honestly, not a big deal to me if that happens. All right, still stuck. Yeah, that's an option. There we go. Weird spot it threw me at, though. Not really sure where I am. I think over there is where I was stuck. Oh, welcome back from ads. Sorry, I didn't notice they were happening. I just moved around a little bit and did an unstuck. So like I went under a spot that had flat land above me. That didn't have like a rock next to me, and the unstuck moved me above it. I think what it does is it just moves you in a direction. So since I wasn't like near a wall, it moved me up, is my guess. Or, like maybe up was the closest spot for smooth terrain. However, it's trying to look for things. So I did find a manticore yesterday. I thought that was cool. I didn't fight it, but I found it. Killing it today would be fun. Okay, so that's where that thing was where I got lost. So yes, in the alpha. I found it over by a temple. I just like walked up an area and I ran into it. It was late though, so I didn't try and sit down to fight it. It looked like it was pathing through an area. Yeah. But then I followed it and it didn't really path back, so I don't know. I don't know how tough it was or what it did. Like I said, I just kind of went past it for the moment. Maybe with some luck, I can get back to that area today because it is one of the things like I'm trying to find, sort of. But I have no idea where that was. I think from here it was essentially down. They probably do. It was past the areas you can drop down for like the palladium ore and all of that. That's all I really remember. I am so lost right now. I can, like, not being able to see where I am is not helping. Why is this all red? Oh, this is the area where the manticore was. I think that's it right there, actually. No, that is not it. Is it? Yeah, that was a scorpion. Anyways, the temple I was looking for was down here. I just wish it was daytime. Don't really have any healing items, which is going to make this area a pain, but I can use my tent. Am I in the noisy armor? No, I'm still in the tattered tunic. Got actual 4 or 2 protection though. That's so much better than I had when I went through here before. If I remember right, so there's like 2 different factions in here. So if we go slow enough, they might actually fight each other, or I might just have to assassinate them. Yeah, because that guy's only got half health. Or he can murder me. That works too. Hopefully I don't respawn too far away. Oh, sprained ankle. Wonderful. The game officially hates me. Yeah. And I don't have my backpack. Where is it? Oh, did not want to do that. Yeah, it's not bad. Oops. Maybe. I could try it. If I could remember how to get back to where I was, though, because I want to actually clear that temple. And now we're far away. Chitin has been kind of rare, isn't it? Well, I guess I haven't been killing the things that drop it. And I know, like, some vendors have it. Because chitin can make a slightly better weapon. Which was the first thing I was going for, but then that temple I was at, I got a really good weapon from the top of it last night, and I kind of wanted to try that again. Yeah, I remember that. It's like shirts and stuff added with like leather or something, right? Oh, they went all the way back here where I grabbed the backpack before. Cool. And what's this? Oh, my old backpack. All right, well, we're gonna take that just so it's not on the compass. I love that they put me all the way back here. Tetherhood 10-8. Clip that, salvage that. I kind of want this because it's quiet. I was supposed to have a buckler equipped. That might have helped. Alright, we're gonna have to sell later. I don't really want to run back to that vendor, though. So there's that giant right there. I think, like, up the road is that other town. Yeah. And then these guys can drop chitin rarely. I definitely do need another source of clean water pretty soon because we're just about out. Although I suppose I could boil some water, right? Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to do. Probably. If I'm gonna do that, I kind of want to go up to this town and sell. Well, I don't really want to, actually, but I should. I still think, ironically, the fastest travel in the game, probably, is the same as Outward 1, which is to just die over and over, and you eventually just fast travel to the area that you need to get to. If this is the town I'm thinking of, it doesn't. It only has river water, so you have to, you know, clean all your own. Stamina regen is so bad. Yeah, see, there's a chitin. So those are farmable, at least. Is this the town I'm thinking of? I honestly don't remember now. I think it is. Hey, George. Ooh, glimmering pearls. Okay, so that's the thing we needed. I didn't realize you could get them from those. So, here, check this out. We got one of these recipes. I know there's one for axe, and there's one for swords. So you make this thing, iron sword, glimmering pearl, chitin, and then you get the weeping pearl sword, which, you know, I have 2 iron swords, so it just makes it really easy to compare. This one, 115, 1821, 1921. I don't know if it's better or not, but like it uses the iron sword for a component, right? So it's got to be better than the iron sword, I would think. I don't really know in what way it's better looking at the stats, but probably. I don't know what the attack number actually means for like its offense rating. Yeah, they did. I don't really know entirely how to read the new stats screen. My guess is there's probably one for each. I don't think I have any more chitin, do I? Yeah, that was my only one. So I can't make another one yet. Oh. All right, we've got a cat attacking us while this guy's also attacking. All right, I will be back in just a minute. Well, after I respawn, my cat came up here, George. He wants food, so I usually feed him right before stream, but then in the middle of stream, he usually wants one more bit of a meal. So I will pause the game real quick. I will be right back after he's fed. we have George fed, which means we get a few more minutes of peace and quiet to game. Oh, it's dancers. Cool. These things are actually pretty tough when you have to fight both of them at once in this camp. Because then you end up like me right now, who I am super low on stamina. Alright, well, we have no more backpack stamina debuff. But it's still going back so slowly. It's like there's two more. They're coming over and getting ready to attack us. And we're dead. That's fine. Let me, so I need to pull up the friend code I had to let someone in for the second copy of this game. Because someone actually got back to me if they wanted it real quick. No, where was the... What were the invites for those for the friend code you could give someone? Well, whatever. I'll have to find it later, I guess. Down by the river. Cool. Yes, multiplayer is working. That's actually the main thing that they kind of requested that people test. And I will be testing it. I don't really want to test multiplayer on stream, is all. Yeah, this is like less an alpha and more of a network test. I'm also dead again, which is fine. I don't care. I do not mind dying at all. Possibly. That's actually the what I was going to be doing for that code is to try some multiplayer with someone. This definitely feels like the way to go is just fast travel off of that. All right, so where's my cooking kit? Yeah, so there's actually like a complete online mode or something. I don't know like too much about it, but there seems to be like a lot of like multiplayer stuff you can do. All right, so I don't have a second one of those. Don't have a second one of those. Don't have that. That's all I can do there. How about this? No fish, and we do not have an alchemy kit, so we can't do anything there. Oh, yeah, we might actually be able to do jerky. Nope. I could... Oh, I don't have any stamina burn anymore, so... I guess I use jam. Although, if I had bread, I could do tartines. So I kind of don't want to burn this food if I can help it. Ooh, mushroom meat. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna try something, a little bit more cooking. Let's see if we, 3-player, yeah, I believe they go up to 4-player, actually. I'm gonna try something here. Where's my cooking kit now? I don't see it. I did pick it back up, right? Oh no, it's still there, that's why. Good thing I went back. So we're gonna do some experimenting. No crafting result. Okay, what if we do this? Okay, so we cannot make a steak off of just the meat. Yeah, what if we do this? There seems to be a bug with this to get the river water to cook. Because I've 100% done this recipe to purify it before. Where was that meat? Ooh, herbs. It said like steak plus herbs you needed from the description. So what if we try? Prone to parasites. Cool. So I'm gonna try mushy meat plus an herb. Where are the herbs? Also it's stew, so we're gonna try some water maybe. Nope. So we can get parasites if we eat the meat. That sounds delicious. So get that, at least did purify that water. All right, yeah, thank you. Yeah, good night, and yeah, thanks for hanging out. I love finding like outward fans. Because I don't really like play the game on stream a whole lot for the first one. Like I said, I'm usually on more of like Lies of P and Elden Ring challenge runs, but I've been waiting for this game for so long, and I'm just so excited to be playing it now. Okay, so down here is where I was last night, I think. At least part of where I was. Can I survive this fall? I can. I'd really prefer it, though, if it were daytime. I also want to check something. Hopefully I don't get ambushed right here. I need to bring up Steam real fast. Hopefully we're not ambushed. All right, hour 2 playtest. Okay, invite. I have one available invite that I can give to a Steam friend. Sorry, I need to do this real quick. If I can figure out how. I'll use this invite. All good. Sorry, it took me a second there to do that one. But I wanted to set things up. So like I said, they did kind of request that people do check out multiplayer, and I want to ensure I do that. Either it's probably gonna be an off-stream thing for me, but I still wanted to do it. And I had to make sure that my friend could use my invite that I sent. So I have a ton of pearls. We can hunt down a little bit more chitin and try and make some stuff. Like Night Lacking Skill had just talked about. Maybe chitin armor is possible. Maybe not. We can also try the other chitin weapons. Maybe we can make them. Although I do still really want to get that, get back to where we were. And try and pick up that other sword again. Only problem is, that is not in this direction. Also, we're out of water. Already. Wait, no, we have some right here. Oh, the water skins don't, all go into one. That's annoying. Alright, we're getting attacked by George again. Right as the monsters attack us. Alright, those lock-ons are bad. We lose so much stamina when we get attacked by them. Oh, that's not good. Wait, he ate the guy? What happens to my loot then? I mean, we survived, but I want my loot. Alright, so this thing is poison. Let's get out of here when we don't have a backpack. Or when we're weighed down by a backpack, I mean. Oh. Alright. That's another death. And George is right off camera. Let's see if we can encourage him to be on camera. Because I do have to use my cat for clout. George. Come here. Come here. There you go. Oh, cool. I want to get one of these. I'm waiting until one of them drops a Pearlbird mask. I am so lost. I do still have my tent, right? Okay. Gonna kill time until it's daytime again. Oh, the follow thing is still broken. It just says session. Oh, session follows. Okay, so did I not refresh it? I could have sworn I did that. That's actually gonna annoy me. Let's if this doesn't fix it, I'm gonna pop on to Stream Elements real quick. I'm gonna pop on to Stream Elements to fix it. Sorry, my mic just popped up because of George hitting the little volume wheel on my keyboard. Where's this? Custom goals. To refresh the cache. Nope. All right, so I did mess up the text on that. Sorry, it's kind of embarrassing if I don't fix those things. So I am going to fix it real quick before I continue. Because I'm trying to be a slightly less worse streamer. Trying, you know, it's challenging. Okay, fixed. Really? Stop hitting my microphone, bud. Don't sit there. Sorry, George is very good at trolling me. Alright, it's daytime-ish. Good enough. And another iron buckler, so iron weapons are definitely very farmable. Come on, we're gonna move our keyboard. Right, George is now in cuddle mode. So the nice thing about having George here is like I was saying before, he eats, and then he asks for attention in the middle of eating to be like, hey, thank you for the meal. And then after he's done eating, he comes up and likes to cuddle and just say, hey, thank you for taking care of me, and thank you for feeding me. I've had George for 3 years here, and he is a very affectionate cat. He's 13. I adopted him when he was 10, and he spent ages 8 to 10 in the middle of a bunch of just really intensive vet care and recovering from abuse and in and out of a couple of foster homes. And then he spent ages 0 through 8 in like a cat hoarding neglect situation. So he didn't have a stable life until he was 10 when I adopted him. And he's just been very thankful ever since. He was actually blind when I adopted him, and he's missing half his teeth. So he's like, you know, a senior blind special needs cat. He can see now because he wasn't like, his eyes didn't work. It's not that his eyes didn't work, it's that his eyelids wouldn't open. So I had to get him surgery for that. And now he can see. So like after I adopted him, all of a sudden, in his point of view, like he gained vision. And then antibiotics and dental care to fix a bunch of rotting teeth from all those years of neglect. So now he's just a very happy and healthy senior little kitty. And part of that comes with the fact that he just gets very affectionate with the fact that he gets fed. So I don't want to, like, you know, make him feel bad that I'm not returning that affection. He comes up and is like, hey, I am so grateful that you fed me. Which, it's very nice I'm getting to play this game because when I play things like Elden Ring and speedrun it, I don't get a chance to really pay attention to him. I just kind of have to push him away in the middle of a run. So when I play like slightly slower paced games, more casual, or things where I'm not having to like worry about time, it's a nice change of pace for both of us. Right? He's also just kind of being a brat right now because he's trying to see how much attention he can force out of me. And I am always willing to use him for clout. So, alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna try and... Yep. We have a cat trap right here. He's trying to push off my desk now. Go in the box. Alright, well, he's not going to go in the cat trap tonight. I'm also very, very lost right here. I just want to find that one area that I was talking about, which is not through here, but this is like a whole other thing. I'm also kind of annoyed that it's still nighttime. Although I do at least know where I am right now, kind of. Because these are the guys I was fighting before. Cool. I don't know what that does. I don't know if I want to know what it does. Oh, cool. We looted the truffles. That's the important thing. I do wish the game was a little bit brighter. But, oh well. Ooh, save for minutes. This might actually... Cool, this put me in the town that I was wanting to be in. So we did get that little, death teleport. I've been thinking about trying for this ash armor. It's a bit expensive, but, you know, whatever. I wonder if we can make one of these glimmering pearl things as a shield. Also want another water skin. I think I need a sinew as well. I already know great endurance potion. I think I know that. Pistol would be cool, but I don't know how to make bullets. Snare I can get rid of. We're just gonna get rid of anything that I am not really interested in right now, like alchemy. And anything that seems like it's outsized for weight to value. Oh, actually, you know what? I need to go to the bathroom again real quick, too. I'm sorry. Bear me. Okay, I'm back. Alright, what else do I want to sell? Sell the poison rat. I want to keep this just because it's quiet for sneaking. Although I could just take off my chest armor too as the, like, secondary option. I think this is a spare, like, another shield even, but... whatever. Yeah, noisy armor, I'm not really interested in using. Traps I'm not interested in. Mushroom ink I'll sell because I don't know what it's used for. And buy a water skin. And one unfortunate thing about this town is there is no clean water. There's only river water, so we're gonna have to learn how to boil it. Or successfully boil it, I should say. So here's a question. How heavy are the campfire survival kits? 3 weight, so same as 3 pieces of wood. We are not going to carry those, at least not in this area. They make sense to carry in an area without trees, like maybe the desert, if this is at all like Outward 1. Okay, and then we need to do this on top of this. And then we're going to light and we're going to cook. 1 gaberry. I think we have 0 sugar. Right? Or whatever this thing is. Okay. Was not expecting to have that, but I'm not going to complain. So how do we get back up from right here? This is a super, super annoying bug, in my opinion. I don't know what causes this to happen. Okay, so it looks like it's based on the order of how I click them, and it will not clean ones in a pocket or something. So clean, 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 clean. Do we have any beetles? It's also weird to me that I'm taking a beetle and throwing it in hot water and then drinking the results. Okay, and we sold things, so we've got weights quite a bit lower. Did I pick up chitin? I thought I did. I guess not. I could cook the pearl bird meat for the run speed. Okay, we do have a shield. Okay, so what we're gonna try is we have this thing. This, and a thing. So we're gonna experiment Chitin, Pearl, Shield. Nope. 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 Let's try a different piece of armor. What if we try this? Chitin? You can also try like the feathers and stuff. So, Chitin, armor, and pearl. Nope. Next one, unequip this, and we are going to try white feather helm. Oh, okay. Well, we tried a few things, they didn't work. Let us continue on. The way I want to go is I want to go down here. There's a couple other ore scraps. Like there's a palladium down here. There's a something else. I don't know what they're used for. I'm kind of curious to know. And we're going to figure it out at some point. Alright, we're about to die. I was trying to get stamina before I die. Not quite enough stamina, but it was very close. Alright, where's my backpack? That skill is insane, by the way. Definitely makes me want to get... These are new. Really makes me want to go get that other sword, because it did swing really, really, really quick. And what is the status effect we have? Oh, okay. So there's a repulsor. There is a palladium down here as well. I believe... I don't know how to do anything with these. Or if they respawn, or if I can get more, or anything. Also just took a bunch of fall damage. Alright, less worried about the owl than the human. Although we are probably going to die to burning. It's fine. We got our loot. We're probably not going to get our house in the 18 days. It's all these deaths. But that is totally okay. Where's my tent? I'm not willing to run around at nighttime anymore. I'm also kind of hoping we get attacked by a pearl bird. At least I think on the campfire without the cooking. Oh. Here, scramble to defend yourself. But I don't see anything. Whatever. It's morning. That's all we wanted. We've got our resting bonus. And then we want to go ahead and just eat food. None. Water. 5, 2, 2. Wonderful. We've got food, tent, water, health. There's a safe spot if we carrot, but we don't. I could grill a bunch of crimp nuts. And that's the temple I've been looking for before. Took a while to get back over here, but we did. I'd probably kill that, maybe, if I was patient enough. But no, this is not the temple I was looking for. Oh well. I do know where I am. There should be some loot from a guy killed. No, I looted that guy's corpse. Here, so over here. Glimmer shells. There was a cache of items I could loot in there. There's also this guy who I was fighting last time. Ball of Wind Shaman. A rot staff. I think they'll sell for some money. Alright, or what is aggro? It seems invisible. Where is it? What's hitting me? I can't tell. What I can tell though is there's a human right here that I'd love to murder. And sneak attacks are the best way to murder. Although not the most efficient way to loot. So whatever it was aggroed again. Is it up top there somewhere? Okay. Those staffs are not something that messes us around. I'm tempted to order some DoorDash tonight. Okay, cool. Sprained ankle. That's not what we wanted. There's some wood here. I'm sure we can get the materials for some linen somewhere. If we don't have them already, let's see, what do we have? All right, we have one bandage. We have 2 bandages. We have some wood. And we have a splint. Wait, why did that overburden my pouch? Oh, neat. I don't think a map was in yesterday. Or something was up with the map. Alright. That's fine. We're just gonna hunt these for a little bit more chitin. Or that. Alright, well, since there was a map and it's working, where we want to go is not here. That's Booba Town. I think this is the area I was checking out last night, the swamp I was talking about. So that X, that path is, I think, kind of leading me to where I want to be. This is the other place that we were earlier that I'd like to get to. I don't think they let us do a waypoint though, right? Or no, they do say add pin. So I believe this is the area we want. But they do not give us a pin on the compass. So what we kind of know is we want to go just northeast. So let's just do that and see what happens, I guess. do pretty strongly feel that time of day should always be morning when you wake up, or at least something similar to that. Or maybe choose when you want to wake up or something. So we're going to sleep right here, burn more food, more drink, more water, more everything, but get morning so we can see where we're going until we die again. And then we're just going to be blind until whatever. All right, so food. What do we have? Jerky, sure. I'm not gonna fight. I'm just gonna run. Like I said, northeast is where we want to go. This dotted line is probably a road, right? Because I don't really see where I am on here. They're not really telling me. I think this road is going to turn around, or if it doesn't, we just follow it anyways, and it's going to eventually take me where I want to go, or at least give me a road map. Alright, so that is Booba Town, which means we want to just go this way and circle around. Which makes me think I must be, like, right about here. I don't think I've seen this road before. Also, that jerky wore off. Oh, it's just because it didn't do anything other than hunger. I see. Man, the lighting in this game is so good compared to the first game. Although, like, the first game, like, that first area when, like, seasons hit it and it turns into, hey. And this is new. Or new to me. Okay, what brings you all the way here? People. Cold, food's bad, you know what? Cool. Try light weapons. So do I not have any, I guess? We're gonna rob them. Figure out where we are. So I'm going past there and up to here, so hopefully we can just continue going northeast. No, I don't think I can loot, but there is a recipe I want to eat. Jerky recipe. I thought there was an ice rag. Maybe not. Ice rag recipe, but ooh, starfruit. We do want that. Then we want to take all the fall damage. Very Skyrim style fall damage as we go down all of these mountains. And then over here to a river we can't get through. Which means we continue going around. And I think I've looted this. Maybe not. Let's find out. Oh, it's just a... No, there was loot. And we're overweight. Cool. Drop the wood. Eat the scroll. Definitely embracing the idea that our character eats words, not uses them. Oh, water went down, and we're also... Pouch is not in a great spot, is it? Alright, so what do I have for food? What can I eat? Sure. I have no idea what this is, but we're gonna eat it. It looks like food. What's it do for my status? Health regen. Very nice. Very nice. Probably already looted that. Yep, I remember that thing. There's that. Which I'm guessing is not that, but maybe that. Well, we did make it back to this camp. Which is good. And we're buffed. And it's daytime. Oh, please don't kill me. Oh, I'm so dead, aren't I? If I don't run. Well, now I wish I had arrows. Because we have no backpack, no tent. No hope, no hole, no home. we're just kind of screwed. These guys are all dead. Ooh, looks happy. Okay. Nice, nice, nice. No water. Oh, oh, oh. We do not want to fuck with that. Or that. Well, it's not. Sorry. We do want to fuck with it. We don't want to fuck with it while we are massively overweight and we can't run. Come on. Okay, follow me. Come on. Come on, come on. Alright, you can be bait. Just follow me, please. Come on. Oops. Took a hit. Do not want to take hits like that. What if you I see. This is so not going to go well for me, is it? Do not want to get trampled. That hurts a lot. I did some damage to him, so worst case scenario, we die, he's gonna be. Oh, we're getting close to the worst case scenario if we die. Because we have no healing items on us. Get some stamina going. What can I do here? Well, let's give stamina regen. It counts as a drink. It doesn't look like it. We do have some health regen though. It's just very, very slow. Maybe it doesn't work while we're in combat either. Wait, so why is he taking slow, like small amounts of damage? You see that his health is low? What's going on? Why is he losing health slowly? There shouldn't be like bleed. It shouldn't be poison. Is he counting as like standing on the fire? don't understand what's going on. Is it that poison cloud? Well, he's sadly not lootable. It's not because of that fire. I do not understand. I do want my backpack. Nope, bag is overweight. I think these rot staffs are worth a decent amount. More than the iron bucklers, because iron is only worth like 20 each. It's funny how whatever your carrying capacity is, everything just sort of like scales to match it. Alright, well. Be aggressive there. If we try and like dodge them, we're just gonna die. And we get another rot staff, right? No? He's not even lootable. And this thing wasn't lootable either, which is very disappointing. Because that was 100% like one of those baby manticore things. Oh, bag is overburdened again. Best we can do is salvage, unfortunately. So I think 3 enemies that have been killed here. Sand ribbon. Also puts us overweight. So first thing, we're gonna check over here. There's probably one more guy up top that should be guarding that other weapon I wanted. This is basically the same loot as we got here last time, except I had one extra item. Alright, so we are going to salvage that, and salvage that. We're going to upgrade again. I kind of want to just sell the ice pick, but I did not think that through enough. This is worth 14, basically. Definitely not as good as it used to be. Oh, we have an extra cooking pot. Let's get rid of that. And there should be one more up here, unless that's the one that came down and died. Yeah, and there's a sword right here that is... Yeah, Sandblade. Sandblade is pretty strong, I believe. It's like this thing's 110, 1921. Like, less pierce. But better on stamina cost, better on a lot of things. We're gonna hang on to that, and then let's just get rid of... I don't know. Let's eat this. And this. And that. And what else do we want to get rid of here? As we move the healing bandages there, if we can see this, we can probably drop the map after we've read it, but... Oh, tripwire. Those are super heavy for something I'm not going to use. Oh, hey. One did live. Hey, buddy. Gabbins. Nice. I approve. Look at my backpack, though. Did it fall? Ooh, and a quarterstaff. That's a new one. Yeah, I really wish I could loot this guy. But alas, we cannot. So, next place we're going to go, because what I wanted was not here, is probably here. Or whatever they said the Cabal of Wind Temple is. I thought it was this. But I don't know where to, like, find this guy we're supposed to be fighting. So, maybe it's I have to go through here. I just want to go very far west. Go over to this town and then... It's probably my best option. And we're just going to sell a million things, too, once we actually get to another vendor. And hopefully in that swamp, too, I can just, like, make a bunch of soothing bandages. I don't think I've seen that campfire before. Or is that one from where I died and they respawned me? It's got a nice ruined tent. Codes, symbols with words, clay bends, wheel breaks. Ooh, sand stagger. Very cool. Well, in that case... I had no idea this whole thing was so close right there. That means we need to go very, very far southwest. The entire area I was trying to get to is like right next to what I needed. I bet we've gone way past our 18 days though. Oh shit, we've not. If we can get back to town in 2 days, we keep our house. Very cool. In that case, use this. We still have food, so I'm not going to eat. But I don't understand how to get back to town from here. I'm going to gather river water, though, so if I have to just get more water, I can purify it. South. South from the temple is how we wanted to go. So from this guy south, I guess. Oh, we need more stamina. We need stamina so bad. We also need that starfruit tree. Bag overloaded. Oh well. Because we want all of the delicious noms. Okay, well, we are back on the main road. So we'll just run around this. This should get me back to town eventually. Maybe. Kind of. Probably. We're on south from there, and then we're on this, but the road is now going northeast, which makes me think we're going this way when we need to be going south. Following maps, it's like it's the year 1990 all over again, and the GPS system has not yet launched, because that did not launch for people until 1991. Don't ask me why I know these things. Although it launched for military use, I think like 1976 or something. I don't know the date. I'm just throwing numbers out. What's that shack? I've been through that. I'm running northwest, which means I'm running this way. But that's not Booba Town over there. Can't be. That's like that little area with the bridges and stuff that would go through. I am so lost right now. No, maybe that is Booba Town and I'm super lost. That's the town. Okay, so I think I know where I am. just gonna stand still, get some stamina, and drink one of these Gep drinks to remove a whole bunch of stamina. Never mind, they don't remove burn, they just heal and restore stamina. Okay. Just my tea. Perfect. So I killed a guy here before, which means different type of guy we killed before. So never mind on what I was about to say, that means there's respawn. There might be, there might not be. Gonna risk our home here to kill this guy. Like maybe the world has changed a little bit. Ooh, no, we killed this guy before. Hey, Lumi, it's about the same, honestly. I've got a little bit more hit points. I'm probably hitting a little bit harder. I don't know. I just got the thing that lets me save my house, I think. I'm trying to get back to town in time. I'm a little overburdened, but not much. The biggest thing is I bothered to actually upgrade my stuff. Ooh, Sand Stagger. That's a new one to me. So Sand Blade, the Sand Dagger, Sand Driven. Okay, that all makes sense. I want to switch to this armor. I have to deal with the bag if I switch. I guess I can get rid of this at least. I need to get rid of something that's just like super heavy right now. Hey, yeah, no reason. You don't have to say hi first. Alright, I'm almost out of clean water. That's always comforting. But I think this is the town over here. I hope it's the town. Because I just found the thing that lets me save my house, and I'm right at the time limit for it. But the big thing is, one of the skill trainer things, it's like, when you hit things several times, you get an explosion. That skill is just massively OP. Nothing else really seems to matter. Especially when you don't have mana. Also, I picked up the backpack that you can get for free. That's really good. I wonder if I can sell to merchants before I do anything else here. Yeah, there's a skill trainer. Not at all. Like, they're holding a ton back for this alpha. Since multiplayer is really like their big focus for it. Like, they put just enough in, really, that you can test multiplayer and kind of show a little bit about what's in the game. I'm pretty sure, like, they're holding back, even in this area of the content, like, they're holding a ton back. And, you know, that's a good thing because it's still there's still plenty to do and I'm having fun. So if they're able to hold stuff back and still do that, like, that's a good sign for the game. Yeah, so like they're missing some stuff. Some things they have, some they are very clearly missing. Did I scrap the extra iron shields? I'm trying to just sell a few things right now so I don't have to worry about weight. That probably gets rid of enough things. Yeah, I actually like some of the HUD, but I do think they have a little bit of work to do. Like, if I'm being perfectly honest, if this is truly what they have right now and the game is releasing in, they say Q3, so in like 6 months, I'd be very nervous for what they have, but it kind of feels to me like I think that they have more that they are just holding back on. So I think it'll be fine. I think this is the guy I'm supposed to talk to for this, but I don't know. He's not in his house apparently, or his bed. Oh, there he is. He's at his desk. Cool. Well, I get my house back. That's the important part. Stop by the symposium. Perhaps there you'll find answers. Stop at their headquarters. Okay, so what's her name? Oh, Yellow or whatever's like, hey, go talk to me in the symposium. More to do outside the walls. All right. Well, what's on your mind? Okay. Investigation will display the gun used to frame you. It's from Levant. I really wish that they had the bullet recipe because I tried a bunch of things and could not figure it out, and I wanted to try and use a gun. Like that was one of the things in the first game that was just really cool. Was like scrapping a lot of stuff to make bullets for a gun really was fun because it meant like all of the loot that you couldn't pick up, you just convert into more weaponry and actually get something of value. It just felt great. Oh, all right, just let me. Oh, I want out of dialogues. Alright, so he did tell me about some quests, but they're not in the log. They're just like... They're very Dark Souls-like of, if you are in this area, go find something. But I was like, oh, go talk to this person, go get a quest. So that's almost like, it's like a fetch quest, but for social interactions. All right. None. River water. Let's, empty. And clean water. Alright, I got my house. Already doing better than in Another Crab's Treasure. Alright, this guy's wares. What's he have? I kind of want this. Not gonna lie. It's quiet. It's got some defense. It looks cool, I hope. Snowfish scales. I've not seen those. So what can I sell that I want to get rid of? Is the question. I feel like 5 water skins is one too many. Also, so I do own a house. What if I just don't sell anything? I did take Hoarder as a trait. So, like, what if I just don't sell anything and I hoard it all? This is my house. This looks like my house. We have a stove where we can actually cook food. Real food. That we have no recipes for. We have more food. We have what looks to be an alchemy kit, or an alchemy set, but it's not. We have something that looks like smoking manna at dinner. And what's in here? An actual alchemy kit or crafting thing we can use. Very nice. Very, very nice. Because I've not done any alchemy, and I'm very interested in how. Spice beetle. This. Fragrant herbs. And endurance potion. All right. Well, endurance potions are gonna be a lot better than endurance nuts. Maybe they stack. I don't know. No crafting result. Why not? Because I miss a beetle. Oh, vials. You have to consume vials for potions. And I've been smashing all the vials. Oh, I missed the lantern earlier as loot I could pick up. Alright, well, how about a storage chest? Do I have one of those? I should, right? Like, a storage chest is the single defining item in a game, really, right? It's not that. The entire reason of saving my house, I guess the crafting stations, but also a storage chest. Are they really not going to give me one? Really? Alright. Fine. Well, it's morning, and we can now run around town and see what we're doing. Be a true homeowner. All right. What happens if we attack people in town? All right, well, this is definitely a fake Souls-like. Yeah. I'm trying to murder the townspeople. Why can the game not let me do that? Alright. So why is the trainer walking? So I go back to Haboob and, or not Haboob, because that's the town. I guess to the other area now that we have our town. Although I would like to just empty my backpack of things. So I guess if I want to empty it, I should pick up vials. Or just other shopping or something. Maybe try to alchemy, or well, I'm not gonna have crafting mats, I guess. You, barkeep, give me food or drink or something. I don't care what you give me. He gives me nothing. Alright, so is this guy not gonna sell to me? He tells you about his business, but he doesn't actually sell you anything. Not a very good merchant, is he? That's another like fake merchant. Looks like stables. I think that they showed mounts or something in some of the alpha. So, or not alpha, but some of the marketing footage. So that's probably all just like disabled right now. Or maybe it's a alternative for fast travel, which is something the original game was missing. Alright, the crimp nuts are not respawning. After like 3 weeks in game. There's also no merchant here now. Like, is that him? Alright, this guy's got a lot of money. One of those. Salt seems good. I probably need some form of travel ration. But I don't know how I make those. Unlimited? No, that's just one cool potion. It's not unlimited. Just get rid of that. Don't know what these are, so just get rid of them. I'm assuming it's like a light potion. Trash it. Linen cloth. I'm gonna keep that. Shrimp nuts we're gonna grill. These we can get rid of. Don't know what this makes. I've been trying things. I can't figure it out. I can always come back here later if I do and buy the thing. I'm gonna get rid of that. And then we're gonna get rid of this because I don't know how to make it. And there should be like nodes somewhere else, I would think. Same thing. I'll find more later if I need them. What else can I get rid of? Starfruits. I think I can make something out of those, so we'll try that. Mushy meat. No, we still have 3 of them. I can't figure out how to cook something with it, though. That's kind of the problem there. So I'm having 0 luck. Like, you can't even just randomly ooh, soothing tea. I might not know that one. Like randomly trying to get it, I can't get it to work, so get rid of those 2. Astral potion, mist potion I would want. I think those are just mana potions. Tattered hood we'll get rid of. That's my 1 iron buckler, so we're gonna keep that. Sand weapons are heavy, but I'm gonna hang on to them. Fire rag can go. That's too many of those, but whatever. I do kind of want to take the pearlbird meat and just make more of the run speed food or whatever the thing is. Because I can also do the same thing with this crimp nut. Because they weigh nothing and they are endurance, and endurance is life. No, doesn't matter. All right, let's eat our words. Get everything out of the pocket that we don't need in there. I don't think he lets me use his stove, does he? Nope. Not a very friendly guy. Doesn't let me just cook on his stuff. I guess I see why, where they probably want you to, you know, if you don't have the house, you just don't get the crafting stations. But what I really want from the house is a spot to drop my stuff. I don't really care as much about the rest of the things. I think my house is over here. I'm slowly learning my way around this town. Very slowly. No, this is Chancellor. Okay, so wrong house. What about this one? Okay. Cooking station. We do not have whatever this thing was. we do have these. So we can't cook it on the stove, we can only cook it on a campfire. Alright, well, in that case, we're gonna drop stuff because I don't know if I'm gonna use it. I don't really know what's gonna happen on these things, so I don't really want to carry it, is the problem. I could just sell it, but selling it seems so final, where instead I can just leave it on the ground here and maybe it rots, or does, I don't know what it does. Mistboon, we do want these. Bandages are fine, I guess. I don't need that sword if I'm using Sandblade, I don't think. 2314. Now, let's get rid of this one. Dagger and ribbon I'm going to hang on to. Pickaxe I should probably hang on to. Shrimp nuts, which are grill. These I'm going to hang on to just because this stuff, I'm having zero luck cooking it, so it's gone. Maybe mushy meat can be cooked on the stove, since I couldn't do it on a campfire. I can. Shame I can't do that with pearlbird meat. So is there anything else I want to drop? I probably want salt and then random food to make like rations or something. So this seems fine to me, although I also still feel like I'm a little too overweight here. We have 2 of these. Let's drop one. Assign the other to our bedroll. All right, it's Prospector backpack. It gets a light source. So silly. That would have made my life so much easier if I'd thought about that. These have weight, these do not. Can I cook shrimp nuts on the stove? Okay. Well, that solves that. We have more weight than I prefer, because, you know, we were working on a backpack with 25 at the start of the game. We don't have that anymore, but this seems fine. I don't know where we're going after this. Actually, I do know. Northwest corner of the map. What's the status for the food right there? Hungry. Now I'm tired. I just slept though. What the? Why? Because I ate a big meal? It could be. So it's 10:30. I actually speaking in real life, I'm hungry too. Let me take a 30-second break to order DoorDash and figure out what I'm actually going to have for DoorDash tonight. It's probably going to be Taco Bell. Yeah, it's Taco Bell. I should eat healthier. Actually, but too late right now. Where is their party box? So I just have leftovers for tomorrow and the day after. Or I just do a basic burrito and save money. I want to just get like 3 soft tacos. That's all I want. Like their whole like 3 taco thing is only hard shell. Like, come on, Taco Bell, get it together, please. I just want 3 crunchy taco combo. That I did. Why Taco Bell? Why do you have to be so bad? I'm sorry, I'm gonna AFK while I do this. Actually, wait, hold on. Found what I want. Okay. Basic bitch tacos. That is what I'm going with. Oh, they even do it as all right, soft taco supremes. Perfect. Okay. Took a second. We've got our Taco Bell. And hopefully there's no issues with delivery. So now we're just going to run out here and go for... I think we want to get up here for this connection to the next map. So we want to basically just head northwest. Oh, wait. I was supposed to meet Oil, wasn't I? She was like, oh, I'm in the thingy bobber thing. It's like, oh, if you get back into the city, come say hi. I was like, okay, cool. I have no idea where she is. So let's go try and say hi to her real quick, because that might give us another quest. Or dialogue, or just something I haven't seen yet. That one guy was talking about the symposium. Or maybe the symposium isn't here and that's somewhere else. Yeah, I think that is actually somewhere else. Ooh, so the short bow did get a weeping pearl. That's neat. Charcoal iron shark. Really good to know. I don't care about those other items though. Just tells you where to get those things. Don't care about her. You. Alright, casting for items. Palladium. Whetstones. Loud item. Okay, so I mean, loud armor. That's cool. Like, I have the long coat already. So these are clearly more recipes, but I don't really get what I'm supposed to do with them. So it's like our metal scraps, palladium. So is this like maybe being able to craft a palladium weapon somehow? The cast is kind of heavy. I do have palladium, I just... How would I... Magic weapons? Alright, some of your stuff. Alright, let's try it out. Repulsor. He will just sell it to us for 0. I do have... No, I don't have palladium. That was the other file. Sells that for 0. He also buys it for 0. Okay. Thought I found an exploit, but I did not. How this cast? It does seem heavy, but I'm very curious about it. It's probably not going to be survival crafting, right? It's going to be some sort of forge. Let's try a whetstone and see what happens. Might as well explore, right? Like, just see what happens on things. Okay, so it's not usable. A Maul cast. Darth Maul, probably. Night metal's 50, palladium is 50. Weapon and armor craft work. First, this one doesn't have a description. That doesn't have a description. I don't want to hunt down the Marauder armor or thing. So if I just buy that, so I'll have metal cast whetstone. And I'm just very curious. I would think there'd be a forge or something I could use though, right? If there is, it's not back here. I might sleep one more day before I take off, because then I can like maybe use the crafting stations in my house. Or the survival crafting. But survival crafting for this would be so weird, right? What's repulsor? Doesn't have a description. Okay, so it probably doesn't do anything right now. No crafting. You know what? Try one more experiment. Metal. Cast. Pearl. And whetstone. I might also just try Google and see if it says anything, but most Google results right now get outward 1. And after the Steam community page on this game, I don't want to shit talk a game's community, but the Steam community page needs cleaned up badly. It's like the top couple posts right now were like, what's wrong with the hairstyles where the guy has the Hitler stash? Are you a bigot? That's one of the things people said. Another one was, I didn't even read the titles. Like, please tell me this game isn't woke. And I'm just like, all right, what's wrong with people? Actually, I don't even want to know what's wrong with people because everyone's fucked up. Okay? But I hope this is not. Let's just say I hope this game doesn't end up with Subnautica's fan base. And before we hit that, we're gonna check. So that's something. We're gonna check the Steam community page. Maybe people have shared recipes real quick, because I'm not seeing anything on Google. I'm not really expecting to either right now, right? So all right. Community, at least on Steam, is so much worse. I was hoping to see some crafting recipes that were posted. Yeah, maybe I can search. Nope. Well, in that case, here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna get up. Accept the fact that we might have made a mistake with, Alright, palladium scraps are actually pretty light. Oh. Crafting in the first game usually took 2 scraps. So if I go scrap, scrap, cast, whetstone. Alright, we're gonna double down on our mistake. If it works, cool. If not, whatever. I didn't find Oliel I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to harvest this because why not? You, recipes, food. Nope. Stuff I sold earlier. I'm actually gonna buy the salt. There's a pretty good chance I need a bunch of salt for travel rations. Salt was like a key ingredient in Outward 1. Not a guarantee it's a key ingredient here, but I would like to know. And then we're gonna go up to the vendor. Hopefully we can get another palladium scrap. If not, I think I can know where to get one out in the wild, out in the world. Yeah, we cannot get another one here, can we? So, and I can't get another cast, so I don't really want to waste something there. Although, like I said, I would be willing to try, like, what happens if I were to cast it, like, with iron scraps? Alright, so we're just gonna go out into the world and try and find that palladium vein. I know it's out there, I just don't remember where. Well, I take that back. I know where. I would recognize it if I see it. I don't know how to get to it. Oh, space for Zoom. That's right. I always get mixed up on that. Also, when we get stamina, I'm going to check Discord real quick. I have like 1,600 messages. Okay, so where we want to go? Like Ash Town stuff up here, and then there's like all of the things I could drop down from. So if I go this way, then over here. I think this was that town. So I want to say... No, it was this one. I'll say it's like right here. So be going down here, roughly east. We would also do the old backpack fast travel. Hey Crimson Dev, thank you for the hydrates. Also, thank you for that anonymous follow a minute ago. Sorry, I'm bad at getting my alerts to play. I just saw there was one though, like a minute ago for a follow, so I do appreciate that. And I do leave them anonymous. Alright, so I think it is... Ooh. Basically what we need to do is we're trying to keep an eye out right now for a palladium ore vein once I figure out where this thing was again. And I don't really like fully remember where, if I'm being honest. Yes, it's survival crafting, so you have to mine things, you have to, like, gather up food, like, all that sort of stuff in it. It has very heavy, well, I don't want to say heavy survival elements, but it does have some. The first one does as well. This one's an alpha, so like a lot of the recipes might not exist, or they're not giving them to you, or a good way to discover them. But yeah, there's mining, there's breaking items down. No, there are not those. It's just getting the items is enough. Yeah, I actually kind of like it this way. Like, not have, because there's no, there's not like numerical skill levels on things in this game. There are skills you can train, but there's not like, grinding to level up skills. All right, well, that's new. What's this? This seems new. Okay, that's nothing. I actually don't know what Spore Burn does as an effect. Slows me down. Cool. Don't care about that. Pitchfork. Oh, why did I equip it? Oh. I guess we got aggro. That guy's aggro 2. It won't happen. There's only like specific spots for mining nodes. Oh, I am so dead, aren't I? Get out of there. Alright, well, they're separate. Not dead, just very hurt. I don't have the weight capacity for that. Let's do, this is kind of what healing items exist for, right? Do that and then eat and drink. And then actual, that's healing. Salvage that. Salvage that, which is what? Oh, it's just wood. I don't want that. Thank you for the additional hydrates too. I really appreciate it. What's 1? It's 2. And then we're gonna... Oh, we already know this one. That's lame. I wanted to eat my words again. Yeah, I feel so, like, just so dumb that I forgot to equip the lantern onto my backpack so I'd have a light source. So where are we roughly? Let's see, so landmark-wise... We've got that thing south of us. That's probably like this town. Got rocks here, and I can't see anything else. So... I said I'm probably close to the middle of the map is my guess. I don't really want to be going south. Oh, okay, this helps. White trees and a Stargate. Looks like those are the types of trees, but I shouldn't be this far north. So if I were to turn north and look, I see 0 landmarks. It's these trees, because this is the town. So we're like right here-ish, which means we can confirm that. If I just run east a little bit, I should run into the road. I can also just fall to my death. Or not quite my death. That's always good. We did confirm that, because that's the road. So we're like right here-ish. There's our Stargate even. So my options. Palladium ore is over here, so I just want to keep going east. At least the node that I think I know of is over there. River, lake, whatever that is. I don't think that's supposed to be there. I think I'm wrong. I'm also doing an entire circle again because we just ran up this. So what I should do probably is... Okay, yeah, I have a lot of story times, but yeah, if you save them up, I will tell one of them one day. I don't even remember what I said I will tell for a story, but I will come up with one. Also, I did not actually go to sleep at 3 a.m. yesterday. I went to sleep at a very, very healthy... sorry, I had to double check the time and make sure that it was still today. And that we hadn't gone over midnight. I went to sleep at a very healthy 2:55 a.m. I was not up until 3 a.m. Like, I've not even had dinner yet. I'm waiting on Taco Bell to get delivered right now. Speaking of... Oh, those are updates. It's not here yet. Oh, actually, you know, hold on. We are getting a gate code. We let in. All right, I'm assuming that lets them in. It's funny, I just got like 4 updates of they picked up your food, they're on their way, they'll be there soon, and then a gate code. In the span of like 2 seconds. Yeah, but if you're still there, Crimson Dev, play the first game first, because like this one's not going to be out until Q3 of this year, supposedly. So the first game exists, and base game's all right. The DLC, especially the first DLC, because the game had 2 of them. One was a paid-for one, and then one was free. The first one was the free one, and it is actually the best game. The best version of the game, basically. The second paid DLC is... I don't want to say it's bad, because it's definitely not. But compared to the first DLC, it is not their best work. Because like the first DLC gave brand new classes. It gave like a lot of new ways to play the game. It did these really cool quests. Oh, really? I'm in a safe area too. This jackass. Why does he have to attack me like that? But yeah, The first DLC is absolutely fantastic in every way. It's so insanely good. And the second DLC is all right. I don't think it's as good for the game as the first one was, because it's you can actually go into it super early, but it's like also very hard. And I think it actually hurts the game more than it helps, because you can go through and kill things, but you're actually locked out from exploring it. And I don't like the way that part of it's set up. First DLC, though, I don't really like the phrase chef's kiss, but that's what it is. Wait. We're in the northeast corner of the map. Because I keep trying to sneak past this thing rather than kill it. So what's going to happen right here is we're about to die. This thing actually ate an enemy earlier. Remember how I said we were going to die? Definitely need ranged. And I wake up, my backpack's way over here, and I'm in combat music. And I have no food buffs. But this is actually close to where I want to be. Ambusher. Thespian wings. Sounds like food. Heavy food, maybe. Oh my god, those are heavy. Let's figure out how much they're sell for. I can carry one. There's also the guy that killed me again, right over here. Oh, he's on the other side of the river. Never mind. So that would mean... So I thought that guy was like... maybe right here? Which would mean we are... Oh. Cool. Thank you, game. I appreciate it. We're doomed. Also, my Taco Bell has arrived. I'll grab it soon. Just have to change my lurks on Twitch real quick. Ooh, save by gap. Neat. In my backpack, we'll pick that up. Definitely glad we're not playing in hardcore mode. We'd be dead so many times over. Eat. and drink. Steak and water, very interesting. Also, it's cold outside. I'm gonna grab my Taco Bell before it gets too cold. Beer beep. Alright, I'm back with Taco Bell. I am going to turn the camera off while I eat, though. Sometimes I leave it on, sometimes I don't. I'm going to make a complete mess with these tacos, though. So to avoid embarrassing myself too much, the camera will end up being off. So we're going to turn that off real quick. I'll leave the mic on, I guess. I don't think you'll hear me chewing. But I have, especially because I have soft tacos, so they shouldn't be like too like noisy. Other than the food wrapper. What is this? Seems cool. I'm intentionally not looting the staffs. There's that one vendor guy we found who's like, hey, bring these to me and I will give you a bunch of money. But, I don't remember how to get to him, if I'm being honest. So, let's see. Daytime. Let's figure out where we are. There's that super tough guy again. There's... It's either Booba Town or the thing I'm looking for, which is not Booba Town. Land enough hits to get the impact stuff going, I'm fine. It's not gonna happen on that thing. Those are tough. Tough enemies. But we can also sneak past them. So lost. I want to get up. I think I need to get over to here again, which would mean north central map. I think if I go through there, turn north, that gets me to where I want to be. I would love to kill this thing. Like, who cares if I die a whole bunch of times? It's not like he heals. Well, next time we see him, he dies. Oh, we're gonna have a debuff. Ooh, new loot. Tons of health burn there too. Now we could sleep it off like a sane person. Could also just cook right here like a sane person. Or we could do neither, because that one guy is almost dead. What's Caustic doing to us, or whatever the status effect is? Alright, just no resist. Mana stones are money, if we were to mine that. But I'm not going to. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm gonna try and figure out again where that thing that we almost killed was. So that guy was walking, we saw him from the other side of the shore, which means over that way is that thing. If I understand my geography right, that's not a guarantee. So let us eat more steak, drink more water. What's the steak food effect anyways? Health regen, cool. Those mooshes are easy enough to kill, it's just you can't really cook everything for steaks, it seems like, until you get your house back. Oh, he's friendly. He's friendly. Okay. Well, in that case... There it is. He's gonna die. Did I actually say what my backpack does as its debuff? It does not. Unless there's two of these. I love that I didn't have my weapon out, so we just took a big hit for no reason. Okay, so same thing as the other one, they're just a tougher variant, I guess. So I can go through here, hang north to get to that area I wanted to be at. I believe I've killed most of what's in this area. There's probably 2 guys left, maybe? I never did loot the junk pile. You've got to be kidding me. Alright, well, the menders put me in a spot that I didn't want to be in, right here. But whatever. Vendor, we'll sell. Actually, no, this is actually really good. This is close to where I want it to be, now that I think about it. So what can I sell? It's probably food, but sure, whatever. We'll sell it. So we don't know the recipe. Let's sell those. Let's sell these. They seem to be worth a lot of money for their weight. Looks like they're also a crafting item, but who cares? Let's sell that. Sure, good enough. And then I kind of want to sleep in town just to pass time in the morning. Like I don't need to rest. I just hate nighttime. Yeah. No, I'm gonna go to the bathroom again real quick, and then we'll continue. Okay, I'm back. Let's go ahead and do this. Uneventful night. Why would I say that? 'Cause we shouldn't be getting raided in town. But I thought this was an actual 0% get attacked. I'm gonna double check now because I'm actually kind of curious. Oh. Okay, never mind. We can get invaded while in town, and I did not pay any attention to the chance. Oh, you know, camera's supposed to be off while I finish shooting. Sorry about that. I hit the AFK thing because I wasn't even thinking, and then, you know, whatever. One of our 3 tacos are gone. So there's a little cave right here. And in this cave, there's like one of the ores that aren't very good at the bottom of it. But then if you turn to the side of it, there's like an algae. And then another palladium vein right past it. And also the owl guy might be dead because they don't seem to have respawns in this game. At least in this one. The original game had respawns. But it seems like forcing respawn... Yeah, it only works through resting and getting ambushed, it looks like. Because you can see here, the ore vein can't even be mined again. So I dropped the ore from it earlier because I needed the 5 weight and I can't get it again. Although that ore does seem to respawn on the vendors eventually, I think. Because that part doesn't seem consumable. It seems to just respawn over time. But then you'd have to get money, and... Well, I guess money is infinite if gab berries respawn, technically. See, right down there, that's the palladium ore. So we need to kill that owl. Then after the owl, we're gonna have to kill something else too, I think. There's like the time of day changes the enemy type or something. Because the first time I did this, it was like the little retreating jackasses. But this is what we're gonna have to fight. Wait, do I not have a shield equipped? Alright, I guess I don't. So much for the shield bash. Alright, let's fix that with the shield. First thing. Okay, those are heavy. I didn't test selling one of those, did I? In that case, let's get our mushy meat going for the super slow health regen. Hey, look at that. I remembered something about the game. And all of that was just so we can play with trying out some survival crafting. Maybe we have to try this on a forge, but we've not been able to find a forge. So we're gonna do palladium, we're gonna do that, we're gonna do a whetstone, and we're gonna do a sword cast and see what happens. Alright, well I feel like all of it was for nothing. Wait. What's this? This feels like a town. Oh, we were that close here to the new area? So I skipped that last night in favor of going over here. So when I went down, there's like these trees in the swamp area. You know, I don't care about that spot too much, but I would like to find some aloe vera, and I'm not seeing any, so... We've got the little ghost town here, which is what we wanted the mist things for. And then down there was like the whole swamp area with some aloe vera for bandages. Yeah, okay. Because we've got the little I think it's like that, but maybe it's a little thing with the X on it. We do not have an imbue to actually kill those things right now. We could get one. Or actually, I'm sorry, we have the potion for it, I should say. It's these things. I've been carrying them around for the mist boon. However, we're not really healed, and I only have 2 of them, so I'm going to want this to work pretty well, right? Let's eat one of these. That apparently replaces my health regen. Okay. Oh, we've got to move. These things have a really high aggro range. Also, these boons do not last any long time. Huh? Loot Ghost Mage. Okay, whatever. We're just gonna walk over there to get our stamina back while we are moving. And I'm gonna eat my taco. I think there were 3 ghosts in the camp from what I remember last night. I could be wrong, though. Alright, well, we are definitely just trading a bunch of hits. Not very souls-ish of us, or is it? Where is his corpse? We'll run around and loot afterwards. First, I want to make sure the area is clear while we have our buff on. Those one's really tough enemies. Looks pretty clear. So let's just loot and explore. And then maybe we turn back and go to the other zone. I don't know yet. That's some weird camera work. So, okay, so that's down to the swamp area. Hey, my light. Oh! That's right, you have to charge lanterns. Don't you? Or maybe it's... Maybe they don't do the fuel thing on lanterns anymore. Because I didn't see an option on it to right-click to charge it. I'm not seeing anything down there. There was that house I didn't check out, though. Oh, hey, that thing's actually, is it coming from me? I think I'm safe. Just gotta be a little bit wary. Well, alchemy kit is a very game-changing thing here. Okay, 2 great helms is super weird. We're gonna keep 1, obviously. Alright, well, we're gonna learn how much those are worth later. It's like a... Alright, we might be having to fight. Okay, well, it did not obey the rule of the game where big, bright, flashy colors means stay the hell away. Much like in nature. You know, like when a snake is all fluorescent colors, you don't go near it. But, okay. Let's check out that whole other area, because I've not been there. I know, like, what's down below there, because I explored that last night on the other character. Oh, you know what? Maybe respawn will happen if I leave this area and come back. I think maybe the first game acted like that. It wasn't from sleeping, which would mean I could also go to the other area and cause all of the, like, bushes and stuff here to respawn, in addition to the enemies. Which would also mean that would make the palladium ore reset, assuming there's a way to use it. And maybe I'm just messing up the crafting recipe still, because I have not had the recipe revealed. I'll take that. I like those, but I'm not going to take them. Nope. Well, I sure wish I had more bandages. I'd feel a lot more comfortable about doing that. I don't want to wait around for mushroom steak to heal me. So, yeah, let's just see what happens. Oh, okay, so it doesn't actually use a travel ration system. That's neat. I was really worried it did, because the guy was talking about rations earlier, and like that one village was like 50 silver in rations. Then the first game used rations as a whole like travel system item. River water. How about no? That alchemy kit's cool though, because now we can actually make life potions. Oh. Well, we have one mist potion left. I now understand why they give you the alchemy kit there. so that you can make more stuff. What do we have? We have this. Okay, that's not anything that's going to help us. Alright, so what do we do? Maybe we do end up healing off of our mushy steak. Yeah, we'll do that. I want to get rid of the item in my inventory anyways. So I'm going to eat my tacos while I heal. I could try their poison rag for some infusion instead of the mist boon if I have to. I'd love to do the ribbon thing, but I can't really figure out infusions yet. I don't believe I have. Actually, I've not even picked up any aloe to do the full crafting of the true heal potions. So the club was linen and wood. Metal and linen. Metal, wood, sinew. No? So what if I just try taking a weapon with a whetstone? Maybe the whetstones don't actually do anything because they have no description. Nope. Ooh. We didn't have to stop and heal. Or we didn't have to wait to heal, I mean, and use our steak. Who are you? What are we getting here? Mana potions, oil, salt, sinew. We're gonna take salt, sinew, those because we can sell them, and that those things are too heavy for the 1 gold they're worth. And it said it gave me a varnish instead of the mist boon. Varnish would be better. It only gave me 1. So if we do this, we're going to want to move pretty quickly. So we've got our food going. That means we probably want to use some water. We might do these if we have to move quickly to heal. Okay, that worked out. Okay. Nut flour. No comment. Meat pounder. Also no comment. Yeah, this thing's ticking down pretty quick. We need to move. I give up on snaking for the sake of speed. We'll come back and explore that later. I want to have this varnish going. Right, never mind. Actually, I lied. Worry about all that stuff later. We're just gonna move while the varnish is going. As an iron vein or some sort of vein. Now we can loot when we get stamina. Pick up iron shards. It's a big old heaping bag of nope. I said they gave me the recipe for more of these varnishes. Alright, well, what's the way forward then? Oh. Well, no more varnish, so I hope I don't need it for anything else. Oh yeah, we can actually fish. Alright, so what do I want here? We'll take these. I'll take that. It is a varnish, so I might be able to use it, even if it's not, like, the correct one. That's still gonna be some extra damage. Oh, so what vein was it? Was this more palladium or was it iron? Okay, just iron. Oh, wow. Gold bars are insanely good loot. Like, the way the game kind of works is silver is okay as pocket change, but it's pretty expensive. So what you generally want to do is, like, you use gold bars as your true currency that you can carry from area to area, because it's a really dense thing. And you kind of, like, barter gold bars back and forth, and then just use coins as the last few, like, bits. Alright, we're on the last taco. And George is making a plate for the taco. Wait 1 second here. Gonna be in a little bit of a struggle situation against the kitty. George, no. Nope. You go over here. That's a good boy. Alright. He moved away. He generally will move away when I tell him to for a minute or two. And then he'll go back, so I do need to finish this taco soon. Actually, no, I'm going to pause and demolish this thing real quick, then I can turn the camera back on anyways. Okay. Tacos are done. Camera goes back on. I also still have my drink. More fishing spots. So, if this is the ley line area, getting fish here, I mean, that makes total sense. I'm kind of surprised you couldn't fish earlier in the game, though. It's like a food source. Fish is like more of a caster food, or at least it wasn't one. Outward one, I mean. Oh. Not expecting that guy. Oh, shit, that's river water too. Not what I wanted. This linen is getting way too heavy, though. We need to get that into the regular bag. So what's my bedroll? It should be this, but it's not assigned as it. Yes, well, I guess you can't really see what George is doing right now. He's just standing and staring at me. Right in front of me. It's only taking up a small portion of my screen, though. What? He's also purring very loudly, trying to get attention. It's also working. Also, poison is very not good. We do have that one antidote we've been carrying all game. Time to drink it. George, go back up here. Got a little bit of health regen. Gold dust, interesting. Another non-usable crafting station. I'm assuming that's alchemy items. And more words to eat. Never mind. I wish we could get some aloe. So I could actually, like, start turning linen into heal items. Like this thing is. Alright, we'll try Dark Varnish if we have to. Kazite Pirate. Okay, so this is completely different than what we had, I think. It also sounds like it looks really cool. Another Sand Stagger. They're light, why not? 52 protection. So 4% slash, loud, 50 magic defense. Slightly better. No, probably a lot heavier too. Yeah, I want to do something about weight here. What can we do about weight? We have, like, noisy, loud armor right now. What can we drop? Palladium scraps aren't that heavy. Linen cloth gets heavy. But it's 2 linen cloth to make a bandage. Looks like bandages weigh 0.2 each. Linen cloth is 0.1 each, so they work out the same. Well, I could just drop the daggers. I'm not really using them. I'd also just drop these bandages because they're pretty useless to me. Yeah, how about we drop those? And then what if I move one of these over here? And one of these. Still slightly overweight, but not by as much. Human femur we don't want. Okay, can't interact, so we've got to kill something or find an item, it looks like. I hear waterfalls. Very Tomb Raider-esque right now. Or if this is like the ley line in the first game, I'm gonna get attacked by a raptor, which, come to think of it, is also very Tomb Raider-esque. mushrooms. Troglodyte. Okay. This lantern is so bad. I mean, it's better than nothing, but jeez, this thing is so awful. I'm not seeing anything that's going to ambush me. Well, we've got things that are going to ambush us. Let's see what's going on. There we go. I got the big guy with the hammer. And also, we ate food and we lost our mushy steak for health regen, I believe. Let me see. Yeah, so we get stamina regen off grilled crimp nuts, but we don't get our health regen anymore. Troglodyte gardening stick sounds like something. Like something I'm not going to pick up. This is where I was concerned about an ambush. Another great helm. I'm not going to take it. Bandage. No. Okay. I've got way too much linen as well right now, so I'm not going to grab it more. In fact, I might just drop half of what I have. Okay. Well, he ran. They keep running into groups down below, which makes me think that once there's multiples of them together, they're going to ambush me. Or like gang up on me or something. Okay, well that door did not work. Fruit bread. Sure. I'll try it. Okay, so I was going to drop linen. Let's just drop linen now and stop worrying about it. And then after that, we have the tartine, but it's pretty bad. Pearl bird seemed nice. Where's my fruitcake that I just picked up? Here. Still basically learning what the different foods are. Mana regen. Okay, so that one's pretty useless. In fact, it's so useless that I'm gonna drop it because it's not worth the wait for me. And then we're gonna switch over to a mushroom broth, what's it do? Int, agility, health regen, stamina. Okay. Well, mushroom broth is pretty clearly the S tier food out of the things we know right now. Which... crafting. What is the recipe for mushrooms? Or for mushroom broth? Shroom, truffle, mushroom. Oh, so 3 types of mushrooms and water. Not exactly easy to make. I would starve in this place because I cannot stand mushrooms. What are those little demonic statues? Well, that kind of worked out. Got another boat. And they're talking about the troglodyte stuff, so maybe that's good. What's this? Alright, giant heart and garnet is required to interact. So the heart garnet, I'm assuming, is after this bridge. I'm picking those up because that was the mushroom we were missing in crafting for more mushroom broth. Let's see what happens. Also, I've got my, this was supposed to be a Baja Blast, but it looks a lot more like a Pepsi. Alright. Well. It's supposed to be a Baja Blast. Looks like a Pepsi, tastes like a root beer. Full water skin. I accept. Where am I? No way. So this whole thing just had a secret dock over here that you could use as a shortcut this whole time? Well, 1, that's cool. 2, that's annoying. It just hit like 3 times and it did something. Linen, linen, linen. not gonna do anything. All right, new ghost. We have no varnish. We can do dark. We can do fire. We can try a poison rag. I kind of wish I had more stamina. Let me I'm gonna drink our tea. Basically, I'm just trying to get some stamina burn gone. So what's my skill there do? Okay, not as great as the varnish was, but you know, it still did something. Alright, well, I guess we're taking vials now for alchemy. Given that items seem to be finite. Ooh. Full Kazite pirate armor. Okay, okay. And drop that piece. 23. And quiet for the... No, that's Oni mask. Okay. We don't have a Kazite pirate armor helm. So 1 protection, 25 magic, noisy, and loud. I don't know which is worse in the hierarchy, but sure. And we're gonna do that. Now we could go by the water and try and like cook or alchemy some potions. And lower weight. Well, not actually, we couldn't be until we had these vials. Cooking should be in here. There. Okay, whatever. This is not a good spot to be in weight-wise, but whatever. That looks like another varnish. That or mana. Okay. Not a varnish. Okay, you got a kill. Let's see, nothing. Okay. Don't care about any of that. We're not picking anything up unless it's like actually useful. But so clicking all the things for interact, it looks like it must have opened extra doors if we had 2 more guys come down. We only saw the 1 door open. And he definitely went through here though. If there are 2 more enemies, it means they probably saw me, and it means more doors opened. Okay, nothing. What if we talk to that one guy again? Also, we're gonna go up. This area is very reminiscent of the cave that you got the garnet from in Outward 1, honestly. These are the items. This is where I opened the door before. Like, that was open for me. I ran through it. Alright, I'm more confused now. Should also probably not be trying to sprint because we have no stamina. I'm holding sprint. I have to decide if I want quiet or loud armor, it feels like. And figure out like weight limits and stuff. I really wish we had a better backpack. But this is still so much better than that other one we had. No. So what I'm looking for right now, basically, is some sort of clue on how I'm supposed to open these. I'm assuming there's some sort of order to the buttons. Or that maybe the guy I was talking to in that other area will be able to help me with it. So it looks like I'm assuming it's that, that garnet is what I need. Alright, well, let's go back here and see what the guy has to say. No? And this was the way out. What about up here? Nope. Okay, we cleared that. Cleared this. Nothing. Don't care about the iron vein. So Whatever we need, I don't think is there. I think it's in this next area, because there's like, hey, get through the troglodytes, and then you can get down to the mana vein, or the ley line, whatever the thing's called. So, something here. Let's put this away. We get a lot better light when we're holding this. I think. Actually, no, it's about the same, isn't it? So just be using the backpack. It does have like the whole light bonus. Ooh, did not see this guy before. I don't think we need that stuff. Don't think I need the human femur. What's that? Oh, rancid water. Never mind. Let's not touch that. So we go down here. Here, there's 4 directions you can go. There's right here, which is a dead end, just a corpse. And you can go right, down, and left. Right is to this. We get noises as soon as we enter this room. Left is this way. Maybe this is some sort of puzzle hint. That takes me down here. Have I been down here? Okay, I have been down here. It takes me to this. Then this just takes me back to this. I 100% know I opened that door, but I don't know how. Like, and since I don't know how, I don't know what I did to close it again. Mushroom axe? What's this? No, never mind. Can't go that way. Can't go that way. Can't interact. And that's got to be the way to the Mana Stone. Or Mana Ley Line, whatever the thing's called. And you can't just drop. Oh, maybe that's not the way to the ley line. Looking at that. Or maybe it is, and that's just like a nice fog wall. Is that something? Oh, that's just the interact. What if it's timed? You have to hit 2 buttons close together. In which case, let's find 5 weight that I can drop. Alright, so we're gonna drop this. This, because it's river water. $1.8. Mushroom broth weighs 1, so it does have weakness. 0.5. Let's eat one. We can get a new sand dagger later if it's something we want. I don't know how we'll get another one, but we'll find a way. Right, now we can sprint. Every time I interact, this changes. Here, that's one of the 3 wheels. So if I press this again, these diagrams tell you how it's supposed to match up, kind of. No, it's still the same. See, that one looks right to me. Also, the door gave a little shake. Nothing happened. But this is a direct path down, so what if hitting this thing then changes, like locks in mana or something? Nope. Okay, well, we know that part of the door, so there should be 2 other wheels for it then, right? Those 2 wheels are wrong. Or at least the bottom wheels are wrong. Is there anything else I can interact with here? Not seeing something in this room, so what if we go up a level? Nothing yet. So down and left, or can just go left? So just left is right here. This all just loops around to this room. No buttons, no switches. Okay, so now that we hit that, is that going to change which wheel turns on this thing? The answer is no. It looks to me like the other wheels do change. Remember, I spammed, like, hit that one and it worked before. So, I'm going to take a small screenshot of this. And then see, when I hit this run back, we're going to compare the screenshot. How do these look, or how do they compare, I should say? Okay, Okay, so it's this top one. Went from being up and down to like left, right-ish. So if I hit it one more time, I bet we're gonna get like a small screen shake type thing. You shouldn't have to like, I wouldn't think it's considered good game design to have to hit this every time, so. Never mind. This is old school style gaming. That one's definitely right now. The other one seems right, so it's just that other switch. That's gonna be either 1 or 2. And also our character's getting tired, we're gonna have to sleep soon. That'll be fun. I don't think I have any items I can eat to just wake up right now. Okay, so we need that open and then the ghost. So I was not hallucinating that part. And that makes me drop. That goes our pirate armor. But did not get us the garnet. Okay. Nope. That might mean we just have to hunt down giants to get a garnet. But it doesn't seem right to me, because we're supposed to be able to get to the ley line down here. In the first game, the way you got a giant heart garnet is it was an item in like a sacrifice bowl in a very similar cave to this. I think you could actually get them from, like, there were 2 spots in the game you could get them or something. That doesn't really look like the way this one works. Like in a sacrifice bowl like this is where you can see it. Alright, let's go back, I guess, and look. Maybe it's in this area and I've missed something. It would not be the first time. So let's just go through and be very, very thorough. I swear that guy was talking about there being a ley line down there, though. Nope. I don't think there's anything on that second floor. Nothing to climb there. What's this? Can I get up here? No? Okay, I had nothing in this room, and then I killed the, killed the ghost form and he walked down here. It just gave me a gold bar. Well, I really don't see anything there. Could be on one of these enemies. And the guy was just like, get through all the troglodytes, and then you can get to your ley line. So I feel like that thing, 'cause that thing's so suspicious, but it's not something you can loot. I'll save it for one spot that don't run off cliffs. Go over to here after we hit those dead ends. With that puzzle again, because we left the area again. Something there. But then I did not see this chest before, did I? No, I must have. No, maybe this is not an area I've explored. It looks super familiar, though. That's kind of what I'm coming up with right now, is this is just the area I need to check out. Alright, bag overburden. Cool. No more pearls. Well, that's something that's alive. A couple things that are alive. Many things that are alive. So, probably not an area I've been in. Whatever that thing is right now, it's not aggro on me. Heart root? So what is heart root? I thought it'd be heavy, which is why I dropped those other things. Really take root in the veins of the living, will colonize the heart of a giant in mere days. Okay, well, that helps explain the heart garnet. So I take like a nice friendly giant and murder him? Is that what I'm supposed to be doing? Oh, a dead giant. Okay. That's less morally ambiguous. Where am I, though? So let's map. If I'm looking south, if I'm looking west, north. I see like the little yellow shrooms. So I'm thinking I'm in this. All right. Hey, El. Hi, El Pacino. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Braille. If you don't know me, I play a lot of Elden Ring. I play a lot of speed runs, challenge runs. Right now, I'm playing a Souls-like called Outward 2. I played the original Outward a very long time ago, and I had a lot of fun with it. I am in the alpha for Outward 2. It's like a time thing until February 2nd, I believe. So I'm trying to just go through and have some fun with it, see what it's like. It is a lot more of the same of the very first game. I'm having a blast with it. It's like kind of Souls-like combat with also some survival crafting. I'm not doing so hot on the survival or crafting side of things, if I'm being honest. I think a lot of it is just not in yet since it's an alpha and they're doing more network testing than anything. But how was your stream, El? You were playing, I actually had you up on the other tab, and now it's embarrassing because I don't remember what you were playing. It was Code Vein 2, wasn't it? That's what it was, I think. How was the stream? And yeah, hi Otaku Paul, hi Oracle the Great, hi Lychee, hi Boltcheck, hi Geth Snook. Oh, cool. Oh, first Code Vein, okay. I've watched you playing a little bit of it. Are you liking it more now that you've gotten a bit more into it? That sucks about the stomach problems. I'm probably gonna have stomach problems myself tonight because I just finished eating Taco Bell at almost 1 in the morning, and that was my dinner. Originally, I was planning to take tomorrow off of work, and then it wouldn't be a problem. But then I decided to be responsible, and it is a problem now. Okay. Did you ever play Another Crab's Treasure? That one is a very easy Souls-like. It's fun. It's a neat game in the sense that it's a lot more lighthearted than most Souls games. Like, you don't have some, like, decaying world with Caleb-type dogs that are just chasing you everywhere. But it's still a fun game. Okay, so that's where I came from. I might want to explore over there then, because I couldn't find something up here. So basically, what I'm trying to do is, I was just in this dungeon area, and it needs like a gem or something to pass by a door. And then there was another, boat way out of the dungeon that I took down by that door. And it took me over here, and I've not explored this area yet, so I think it's cut off from the rest of the map. The style of this game is it's more like kind of roguelike. They don't actually, yeah, this is the new one. It's an alpha right now. The first game came out in 2019 and was about as advanced as a game from like 2009. The studio for this one, they're just putting this game out. It's supposed to be out like Q3 of this year. This is their second alpha test for it, and there's gonna be like a beta test later on. And yeah, it's more roguelike, so they don't really tell you where you're at on the map. I think I'm somewhere in here, but I don't know for sure. So what I'm trying to do right now is figure out if there is a way to get the item that I want. I need something called a giant heart garnet, which a lot of this game has callbacks to the first game. And so you can see like alpha type items here. I'm getting these things, heart root, that says it like colonizes a giant heart. But I'm not getting the garnet. So I'm assuming I have to use those heart roots on a giant somewhere, or perhaps I can find another giant where they're dead already or something. But I'm not having any luck. This is definitely not something I've been to, so if I have been over here, I have not done anything with it. So yeah, I'm very just confused on the map right now. But that's kind of a good thing, because a big chunk of the game is supposed to be exploration. And my character's also about to fall asleep. Like I said, they have some survival elements. They're not like super high survival elements, but they do exist. Somewhere in here is one that says how tired I am. Yeah, okay, so 501 out of 1,000. If you hit 0 here, you're going to fall asleep. And if you fall asleep from that, you die. Alright, combat music just started. Something's mad at me. Where am I getting attacked from? Once the game hits nighttime, I'll probably sleep because it's very hard for me to tell what I'm doing. Oh, the combat music stopped. I still don't see what might have attacked me or aggroed. Alright, music starts again when I get over here. So maybe a mini-boss or a scripted encounter or something. The interesting thing about this game right now, at least to me, is while there's no respawn on anything, and things do not heal when you die. But it's very handy when your character is really weak, like mine is. Hey Crisco, welcome in. Yeah, I don't really have much in the way of stamina regen. Oh, am I gonna die? I kind of prefer to die here and just run back to him, because this is gonna take forever to get enough stamina. All right. We did not get our wish of dying. No, no broken ankles today. I've actually broken my ankle a couple of times, but I've been able to heal it. Also, we'll drink a tea to just remove some stamina burn. Oh, so that looks like another giant. Yeah, there's a giant backpack that I missed yesterday. I made a brand new character. I wasn't really feeling the character that I made with the whole taking huge negative stats to everything for no benefit whatsoever. So I made a new one today. Big what? Thank you for the anonymous gift to L. So yeah, thank you for the gift sub. Let's see. Where... I'm not seeing anything up here. Like I said, I've had a lot of issues with like seeing where I'm going in this game at night. So we don't have a safe spot to rest. And this one, it looks like it's a 10% chance to get attacked, no matter what you do at night if you have guard up at max. And I usually just sleep through the night. So it becomes daytime again. If you die, it almost seems to just advance to night every time. So this way I won't be tired. I kind of wish I didn't drink that tea to get rid of stamina burn, but whatever. Exhausted and hungry. Wait, why am I exhausted? Did I not get enough sleep? What's... Oh, it was just because of sleeping from the note thing. Okay. So we do need to do something about the hunger. Oh, we're gonna hit that. And that. And it's now morning again, and we can kind of see what we're doing. I'm not seeing anything over here. So it's definitely an area that's cut off from the rest of the map. That's what it seems like to me. Yeah, I mean, the whole game is like this. The first one is like it too. There's like a lot of areas that just look fantastic. That is a huge giant ramp going up. Is that maybe the thing I was originally searching for? Let's look. Supply cache down there, ramp. I think that might actually be the thing I was looking for before. Combat music again. Oh, there we go. Here's a guy. These guys hit really hard. The first game was a lot more Souls-like combat. This one's... It almost seems like the winning move is just spam attack. But I also... They're very clearly holding back on a lot of the moves and stuff you can learn. So I think that'll change closer to their release date. So what's down here then? Oh, thirsty. Big chest full of loot. Simple tent, we already have one of those. Healing items seem pretty nice to take. Can eat some more words. Ooh, and a filled water skin. I probably don't have the... Actually, I guess I do have the weight cap... No, I don't have the weight capacity for that. Weight is a very big thing in this game. Since, like, you know, survival aspects, they're trying to really limit how much you're carrying. So you have to, like, scavenge for everything you do. At least to some extent. Don't need... Let's eat that. I'll take that. So, there's a lot of value to very lightweight items, even if they're not the strongest ones. I say as I'm just running around in full armor now. So this is where it was. So it's got to be through this and then up this ramp, I think. And I don't really even know entirely what I'm looking for other than... Wait, that's a new one. I've not seen tomatoes as an item. Can I just eat them plain? I can. What's it do? Stamina regen. Okay. So I probably want to actually cook it with something else, because that was not a great buff. Although, good stamina regen is always very handy to have. Alright, so this has got to be... This is the thing I was looking for at first, I think, where you can get mana. I'm assuming. But then that other area, I've probably just got to find the item to open that door somehow. With like a little mini quest for it. It was an intro quest in the first game as well to get the item it's asking for. Okay, yeah, this is 100% has to be the area where I'm getting mana. Where's my... Kind of surprised there was something... Oh. I guess I should not be walking into that while it's still there. I don't really have any health regen food either, which is maybe a problem, maybe not. Heal items are kind of hard to come by in this game. Sometimes it's better to just die and run back. Especially right now, where it seems like for the alpha, they're not really respawning enemies on you. Or maybe they are, and I just haven't found another map that I can travel between to spawn things. So, little ones like this, I should be able to mine. I'm not going to, because my bag doesn't have any spare weight. If I was more magic-oriented, I would want to do that. But casting in like Souls, like who's ever going to use magic? Okay, so this is the area I was looking for, I think. Just not with that garnet that I wanted. Okay, nothing to do on that thing. Enemy, nothing to really loot over there. So I'm gonna move back. Or do they hear me and move away, maybe? There's one over there, two over there. Three over there. And it looks like that is the only way forward, just to go through them. Ooh, crimp nuts. Not gonna get any because they're way too much. I could use a bow, but I didn't actually learn how to use one. This character is a little bit better than the one I was playing yesterday, where I took huge negative stats to everything. And the main description for my character I was playing last night basically was the only reason my character had managed to live to being an adult is because they're too stupid to know how to die. I had like absolute minimum stats on intelligence. So I've not really looted more chitin off of these. Oh, speaking of, they're fairly rare, and you can make some good items off of them. I kind of want to... Oh, neat. Promise, every item has weight, and I don't really want to add a whole bunch of weight for no reason. Because the more you're over, the slower you move. And I'm over by a lot right now. I bought like a whole bunch of random items that I didn't need because I was trying to figure out crafting recipes. So as you can see, the penalty for that is I'm now moving very slow. Seems to be a little bit of a bug on this backpack. It lets you put a lantern, which is super helpful. But at the same time, when you take the bag off... Oh. Sure, it'd be nice if I had a bow and arrow. Alright. There's no plunging attack in this yet. I said I wasn't getting these, and now I'm just getting a bunch. And I need to drop items, or I'm not going to be able to move before long. What can I do? You know what? I think there's a vendor nearby for this ley line. Oh, rag. I thought that said ethereal bag for a second. I was like, oh, am I getting a new backpack? But no, I'm just a little illiterate. Cannot read that it's a rag, which would let me do like a weapon buff. Wait, is that an enemy or a friendo? Can't lock on, so it's gotta be a friend. Yes, and then, oh, chest. Ooh. Very Elden Ring-like. We're getting more masks of wizards that do things. Well, sword wizards in this case. This could be a good weapon to try out. Freedom and vengeance. Quiet. Alright. I guess even in this game, we get to do a blade cosplay eventually. So 23. So this one's way more protection. Yeah, I also can barely move now. So hopefully there's a vendor very nearby. Like maybe this guy? I can talk to him. Let's hope he's a vendor. I'd like to see your wares. This sounds like a vendor to me. Alright, 2,000. What does he sell? Alright, food recipe. I will take it. Once you know a recipe, you don't actually need to know it. You can just do like your own crafting. But ooh, War Dancer ribbon. No, no. I can sell the sand ribbon though if I can get, well, no, so 150, 100. Alright, so I guess I need to keep this one after all. I'll get rid of the Oni mask because we just upgraded to a mask that makes us look like Blade. We'll sell this, we'll sell this. I don't think I need these anymore. Why do I have this recipe? I'll sell those. Actually, we'll keep the fire. I'll sell that. I kind of want to... Actually, I'm buying a salad recipe. Maybe those are good. It's kind of the problem is figuring out how much stuff you want to keep and how much you don't based on all of this stuff. I'm not using magic, so I don't need a ritual kit. Turns out I also don't need the hit point regen food. I'll take aloe, because I can turn that into healing items. He's got a lot of food on him. Okay, how much do these weigh? 0.1 each. Let me do alchemy so I can make potions. Potions are honestly probably just money. Let's not do that. Let's sell potions. Or let's sell vials instead of buying. Palladium scraps I'm keeping. I'm trying to figure out how to do smithing recipes. Need to keep that, I think. Valuable as currency and for alchemy. Alright, well, who needs alchemy? I saw Full Metal Alchemist. I know what happens. We'll just get rid of those. The nice thing is, if you do sell things to vendors in this game, it's going to cost you more, but you can just buy it back from them. Like, these inventories are persistent. The armor this guy sells looks pretty good. It's got very high defense for something that doesn't make any noise. The only problem, though, is it's only doing extra damage on fire, and I'm more melee based. Why can I not sell these? So why am I even heavier now? Can I just sell a bunch of stuff? I am so confused. There we go. We wanna... Yep, good night, Al. Thank you for the raid. Glimmering Pearl for a splint? No, that can't be right. We just made bandages. I should be able to take this. These names are wrong. Alright, well, I made a heal item and I just accidentally salvaged the heal item. Cool. Seven on that pike. I might regret this. I was going to empty some water to get down a little bit in weight. Happy. Learn magic. Sure, apparently I can. Forget all your pains and woes. Give it to the ley line. So the way this magic works in this game is when you add mana, you permanently give up hit points and stamina cap to gain mana cap. So it's like you give up, say, like 5 health and 5 stamina, and you get 10 mana in return for a cap. And at least in the first game, I don't know if the second game is this way. It's a one-way trade only. You can never. You can basically never undo it if you don't like how much you do. So you can add so much mana that your character basically has no health or stamina and can never do anything ever again. So that's always fun. Oh, these are they're not heavy, but we're gonna get rid of them. Are these heavy? No, let's get rid of them still. Let's get rid of that. He has a gold bar, so I can lower a little bit of weight here by buying gold bars, I guess. Gold bars are kind of like a barter item in this game, where they always trade back and forth at 100 currency, but they're much lighter for what they're worth. All right, so like if I give up another 7 here, I'll just say I sell this. I give him 186. So now, I'm down to 7, which might sound kind of dumb, but this is 700 silver essentially, 4.7 weight, whereas every 10 silver is 0.1. So they weigh a tenth of what they would normally. When your character is about to run out of weight, it helps. Recipe scroll. We want that. We're gonna eat that and eat that. The grub arancini was actually a really good recipe. I found one piece of that food earlier and it was insanely good. No, I'm not going to add any mana, but I am going to like look at the menu. Tune mana. So you can see here, like if I were to add, looks like it makes me do 18 points of mana. I lose 5 health, and it looks like I lose 5 health and 5 stamina in order to gain 18 mana in this case. Which is probably... Okay, so it's 5 and 5 to gain 18. And yeah, beware, attunement is permanent. So like if I were to add this, I guess there is a cap. Oh right, the cap is you can only give up half of your health and stamina at any given time. So, anyways, I am not going to do that. Because I don't really like this game. Cooldowns are pretty bad. It's all like off of consumable items and cooldowns. That's just not really what I'm interested in doing right now. Oh, the other trainer. Okay. I forgot there was a second trainer in this game. They're not really giving you much. So 24, 24. These are probably also all 24. So what do they do? A hand rune, mana push, protection. See the description. Similar to Outward 1. That's funny. Lanterns are actually used to do magic in this game. That's cool. Light-based effects make you do more. That's really neat. Only thing is, that's all caster nonsense. And my character is all strength. Because, as I was joking before, I don't need to know how to read books. I just need to know how to eat them. So, yeah, who needs books? What's this? More stuff that I don't need. Okay, well, we found what we wanted here. The giant heart garnet, though, is that next thing I wanted to check out. And it's still a little elusive. So what I could do is I need some wood, and I need some water to cook. So if we get back out here, I can make a campfire, put down a cooking thing, and maybe make some food. And then boil some water. Sleep if it's nighttime. And do whatever. So first things first, I'm pretty sure we do not have the weight capacity. Everything I just said is a lie. You know what? I'm not really sneaking much. Let's just give up the quiet armor. If I really need to sneak, I can go without armor. That'll get the weight down a little bit too. So what we're going to want to do here is we're going to run down next to the water and cook, maybe sleep, maybe figure out where on the map we are, because I truly, truly do not know. My best guess is we're right here. And I would like to check out this city, because I've not been to it yet. And I think think I looked over there already, but we'll just double check that. Oh, I have no stamina. And we'll like basically just refill all these water skins and stuff. I'm carrying too many of them right now, but empty ones have no weight, so it's not that bad. Ooh, is that a new is that an aloe plant? It is. Aloe is nice, because now I can make another one of those bandages that I accidentally salvaged a minute ago. These things. So to make one, I just have to make a bandage. And bandage with this. And we get one. And those are heal over time items. They're very handy. They also... How heavy are they? Okay, so they weigh 0.5. So they're lighter than all the components combined to make them. Oh, you see the wall over here? That might actually be the other city I was trying to get to. Which if it is, I don't need to do all this water nonsense right now. Because there will probably be clean water inside of it. There's also a safe spot to sleep right here, with the butterflies for a tent. And a treasure chest of good stuff. Alright, bullets, barley, all of that, but the tripwire is good. No, because I'm not using traps. And they also don't sell for anything useful. It's more of a combat thing that... Or they're super cheap to encourage you to use them. Okay, I do think this is the town the other, like, town area I was looking for. So I'm gonna skip the water right now. Let's see what's at this wall. We might run back down here in a second. Yeah, look at that whole town. That looks like something. I've definitely not been over here. My poor character. He's like dying of exhaustion. So this town, they have a lot of callbacks to the first game. And this giant town existed in the swamp area. But, I think it's the giant town. These gates and, like, the domes and stuff on it look very, very similar. So it's like this town now exists in, a desert-ish area? Which is weird. But whatever. I also somehow just completely missed being able to go over to those buildings. Whatever they are. This is definitely the giant city. Which, yeah, in the first game they were very hostile to you. But I've run into a few giants in the game so far that have been pretty friendly. Or at least they don't try and kill me. Nothing to attack me yet. But it is getting dark, so I'm glad that I'm approaching the city. No one's closed. They did say that for the alpha, a lot of areas that seem like they should be open are just going to be closed off to you. So I don't know if I'm able to enter this or not. Like I said, something like 5 dungeons and 3 maps are what are available, I think. Oh, do I really have to fight this thing? The answer seems to be a no. So never mind. That no has become a yes. Well, I'm dead. But he almost died. And if I can make my way back here, he's not going to heal. Fortunately, oh, this is a new one. He breaks for death. As a hostile shadow charges you, aiming for your throat. Heavy clang rings out. Ash Giant with a shield blocks the blow. Giant picks me up. Okay. So am I in this? I'm dazed. It looks like it's turning off pretty quickly, and I am in the town. I accept. Still kind of surprised. I followed a giant, and this is what happened at the end. Okay, so these recipes I picked up. What's this? Sepulture ballot. Okay, barley flour, tomato, egg, oil. I had all those things at one point. Pesto pearl bird. Tomato, meat, nuts and herbs. I had those at one point. Never had all those things. Never got an eel. Maybe I can do that by fish. Alright, we have mushroom broth. We're gonna make a bunch of these because they are lighter, so 0.4, 5, 0.4, 2, and 1. Oh, because that's a stack. Okay, well, anyways, mushroom broth is decent and is lighter than all of its components. So that seems good. Who's this person? Okay, so they're saying here, I'm looking for Sebastian, but we've already killed Sebastian. Or rather, he died out in the wild. He fell down some stairs, no one saw anything. I am not going to pay that guy to find a guy who's already dead that I've hunted down. So there's nothing there. Look around town real quick, see like what's here. Let's get them back out. Nothing on that or that. I'm hoping there's like some vendors or something cool that I can talk to here. Maybe find some new items. Maybe find some new recipes. Or a forge. A forge would be a big thing because I'd really like to figure out how to make things. I'm carrying all these heavy things for it. So wiggle pods, okay, that's where we can make that food. Warm potion, life potion, jerky recipe. I am curious about life potion, but I think I already own it. Rot spear, rot staff, fishing harpoons. I've got better items already. Sell those though. And I have these heart things or whatever. I'm assuming I can maybe find a giant garnet heart in this town. But if not, I wonder if I can use these spores to just kill a giant. Do the very heroic thing. Oh, here we go. No, never mind. That's just drinking river water. I don't want to do that. Yeah, well, I'm not going to cause any trouble. I don't even think I can cause trouble in this town. They don't seem to let me swing my weapon and hit things that are friendly, thereby making them unfriendly. Yeah, I'm seeing no vendors here. All I'm getting unless... Yeah, I can't talk there, I can't do that. So whatever I can maybe do here seems kind of closed off for the alpha. That's too bad. Also, there's a bridge I ran across where I died. So maybe there is something near the town out here. If nothing else, there is the nearly dead monster that killed me. So let's see if we can find that and maybe look around a little bit more. Oh, look at that. He's already aggro. We have no stamina. So we were actually at the entrance for the town and we just missed it. Feels great. Because I ran up to this this thing before and didn't say I could do anything with it. Okay, well, move to Gurn it is. I guess I could have gone in. Alright, that's 21 silver if we looted those things. And they're also very light, so I should loot them. It would be the smart thing to do. Oh. That thing tried to attack a guard and just like warped back. He's just like backing away from me. That's funny. Alright, well, I can just follow that guy. That's cool. Sounds like he's the one who rescued me. Alright. Ooh, ore. Is palladium? Nope, iron. So I've still only found 2 palladium scraps total in the game. I feel like what I might need to do is try and experiment crafting with iron. Then once I figure it out, do palladium. Wait, is this guy carrying a minigun? He is. Wow. Okay. Because, the Giants must have big brains in this game. To go with their big heads. Repulsor. Okay, that's nothing. But so the last repulsor we got had 0 weight. This one has 5. So what happens if I try? Now we're gonna try one more survival craft thing tonight, and then I'm probably gonna go to bed. So if I do repulsor, whetstone, sword cast, nothing works. What if I add linen? Nope. If I try palladium. If I had a throwaway sword, I would add it in here. If I remove the whetstone. Actually, no, it's got to use a whetstone because we don't use those on anything else. What if we just like select many? So can I select? No. So can I select a stack of palladium? And maybe it's that rather than putting them in alone. No. Okay. Well, I would love to figure out the crafting. I'd actually check YouTube or something and see if anyone's figured out how to make these. Because I've not seen any recipes to craft weapons yet. Like that, I've only seen the survival crafting weapons of like the basic stuff. Ooh, another tent. No. And oh, I guess I've seen these. That's some nice items. The weeping pearl weapons are the best things that, well, besides the sand weapons I've looted, are the best things I've found. No, I've already won that one. Whatever. When you look like how they're made, it's an iron weapon plus pearls plus chip. Two-handed ones are taking 2, one-handed ones are taking 1. So maybe, what if I took a pearl weapon ideas are forming in my head, but I dropped the items at my house in town, so I can't do that. I was gonna take the pearl sword that I made and see if maybe I can cast that with palladium. And it might just go like on a tier list like that, but that's not really how it's looking. So what if we what's that? A big wooden gate with mana on it. I'm gonna be so just tired at work tomorrow because I'm going to go explore this. Let's go check it out though, real quick. There's even a giant walking down to it, so it's got to be relatively safe. Maybe like dropping down to it is not safe. Or even doable. We will look real quick. So I don't this far. Almost out of health though. I don't really see anything of interest over there, just mushrooms. Not really there either. We'll check this out. This is like the last stuff to look at tonight. Alright, well the sign doesn't say anything. Kind of looks a little foreboding. Don't see an enemy up there, so we're gonna go check that out. This all looks like a caravan stop or something. There's an enemy. Sand weapon. Pearl weapons, another one of these masks. And a caster we definitely need to kill before he kills us. So the way the attacks work, if you, there's a passive. If you hit them 5 times within 5 seconds without being hit in return, you get a weapon buff for a minute. That's the little sword icon I have. And then when you have like a weapon buff on, every 3 hits, just every 3, there are no other requirements, you get to, oh, this is interesting. You are able to do like an extra AoE explosive thing. Alright, so that's a second repulsor, right? So, we craft this. Nope. So I feel like it's got to be some sort of metal plus the sword cast to tell you what type it is. And then the whetstone would be to sharpen it, maybe? I don't know. We'll mess with it. But it is time for me to go to bed, unfortunately. It was actually time for me to go to bed like 2 hours ago. But I did a stream that is nearly 7 hours long on a work night. I can't believe I did that to myself. But I did. So what I want to do is, normally I would just raid someone that I know, but what I want to raid tonight is, I'm going to see if there's anyone else on for Outward 2 and go raid them. Maybe make a new friend. Let's see. So let's see who is on, if anyone. Yeah, there's actually quite a few on tonight. Can't imagine there's going to be many people who are... there's not actually that many on. But they're also all people that I don't look like I want to raid. Okay, well, in that case, what we're going to do then is we're going to probably check out... let's see if there's someone on the stream team that I have on that I want to raid. Alright, I know who we're gonna raid instead. We're gonna raid Disco. I've not raided them in like a week, 2 weeks. So I do want to raid him. Hispanic the Disco. He is in a lot of channels I'm in, and a friend of mine, and he's pretty cool. So we're just gonna go say hi to him. I don't know what he's doing tonight, actually. He is doing Resident Evil Revelations 2. I don't know anything about the game, but we're gonna go say hi. He's very supportive over on our stream. And yeah, thank you again for watching, any lurking bits, follow, subs. I do appreciate all of it. Thank you so much, Elle, for the raid. I really do appreciate that. As well as for the follows and subs today. That was also really cool. Yeah, I do like all of it. Normally I stream Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays at 8 Eastern. But given that Outward here is kind of like a special thing for its beta, that it only goes through February 2nd, or I guess alpha, not beta. I am probably going to stream again tomorrow, and then also on Saturday, and just kind of go through. I want to play this a little bit more, explore things, maybe back to Elden Ring on Sunday, who knows, but I will be on again tomorrow at 8 Eastern. So yeah, thank you everyone, and good night.